32. I'm right on time. Hi there. I'm going to come over and see you guys. Just hang on one second. Gotta go over here and go to live chat. Oh, and stop that. Okay, good. Now my chat is finally back in my back dashboard, which is good. Now, okay, close that. Live chat. Let's see who's here. I don't know. I don't want to learn more about that. Thank you. I just want live chat. Thank you. Why is it acting like I've never had live chat? Hi, Captain Lee fan. Hi, Gail. How are you? Hello, Heart Made Wise. Hello, Linda. Hi, everybody. So tonight we're going to go into Evelyn Boswell. That'll probably be the second thing I talk about. We're going to give you a case timeline. You might have, forgotten because it's been 5 years since this case. Now, I didn't forget this case because I covered this case extensively from the very start, from when this whole thing came into play, and poor baby Evelyn, we were all hoping that she would be found, but she was found. I mean, we were all hoping she would be found alive. That wasn't the case, and Megan Boswell started to lie, and the family and everybody that was in this case was going to be some trial, and it starts tomorrow, so we're going to go through that. But we're also with the other trial, which is just crazy, and that's about for the murder of Fabio Sementilli. Monica Sementilli is on trial for his murder because she conspired and facilitated all of this stuff to have her ex-porn star boyfriend that she met at the gym murder him, and she turned into a swinger and this and that. Crazy. And then we're going to go and try to finish that lawsuit against Jodi Hildebrandt and Franke, the former vlogger YouTube channel, 8 Passengers. Okay, she made you think that, she gave up 8 passengers, even though it was so lucrative to go over there on connections with Jodi Hildebrandt, and she made it sound like she gave up this money. No. They were just rolling in it, while they were a contradiction of every single thing they preached. And you had one cult recommending another cult. So we're going to talk about that too. But first, I think we're going to go to Monica Sementilli because the big thing to talk about today was Luigi Sementilli was on the stand. Luigi is the son of Fabio, and he came in, a very nice young man. I believe he's 31 years old, and he took the stand to testify. Let's see. Let me just see. I was trying to see if I can get a... So anyway, he came in, and Monica was all smiles when he came in. Smiling, grinning at him as if she was going to, win him over or whatever, right? This is Luigi with his dad. Well, he started talking, and as soon as he started saying that he did remember his dad having arguments with Monica over infidelity, and the prosecutor said, whose infidelity? And he said, Monica's infidelity. She just started writing what she's been doing, just started writing furiously. No more sweet little smiles and faces at him. She couldn't do it. So she just let that be. And he just testified very truthfully that he really doesn't have much of a relationship now with his half-sisters, and that there was always kind of like a little bit of a, what did he call it? Not hostility. I don't know if he said animosity or something with this step parent, because kind of feeling like it's not his mother and this and that is what he said, okay? But he said that his sister called him and he thought it was a joke at first when he said, Dad's been killed or something. She thought like it was some kind of a prank. He thought it was some kind of a prank. And then he found out it wasn't. And he said when he spoke to Monica, she started right away about money and said that, you're taken care of, your dad's, you're going to be able to buy a house, a car, and this and that. And then her friend, Tmrw Obad, who ends up, almost turning in Monica, starts saying, well, Monica's going to need money, and since you're getting a lot of money, I'm sure he'll give it to you. Like she just went on the phone call and just started, giving Luigi's money to Monica, which, he's like, oh, I don't think so. So they asked him if he noticed any changes, and he said, yeah, Monica started like spending a lot more time when he was there the last time, which was shortly before the murders, on her tablet, glued to her tablet, not spending as much time with the family, not coming outside by the pool where she normally would and sit down with them. She started getting fit, working out at the gym, doing the racquetball. One day she brought him and she introduced him to a gentleman. He doesn't remember who it was, but he just said, yeah, there were changes. Then he mentioned when she bought the Fiat that she came, into the house from the garage, and she was so proud of herself. He said that she threw a giant tantrum at the dealership, and she just started screaming and yelling and throwing a tantrum, and she got the car for an unbelievable price. And he said she was very proud and very happy of that. Let's see. Then again, he talked a lot about the insurance and how she was checking and how, to see if he got his insurance. And then they tried to get Luigi because he got there was like an extra chunk of this like Canadian insurance or something. So it made it that he was getting a lot more than the girls. And so she was trying to do a fast one, like say, well, since you're getting that, would you give up, your shares or whatever it was, and this, which I don't think he ever ended up doing, but she was constantly looking for money. He said he remembers when at one time she was sitting with a paper that showed all the assets and then all the insurance and everything, and he said she was actually like fondling the paper. Believe that he said looked like she was just so happy with that. So yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. So basically, he was reiterated that money was on her mind, okay, and that he doesn't really have much of a relationship with the sisters now, and the sisters really don't have much of a relationship with Fabio's side of the family, except for I think he said one cousin or something, and he can meet with them for a little bit, but they don't have the relationship they used to. He mentioned Monica's Instagrams and stuff and how he used to interact with her and how she was like playing this grieving person on Instagram, but in real life, she was going out. That's what her friend finished up on the stand too, and said, she was going out, and she said she likes when guys hit on her, and they said, oh, she likes when guys hit on her, but then she's on Instagram, playing this grieving wife. And she said, yeah, I thought it was, she thought it was weird. Tmrw Obad has not taken the stand yet. Then we had someone that worked with Fabio in Wella, and he came on and he said that there was like a shift later on where like Fabio and Monica would come to an event or they wouldn't, and there was just a difference, or if they got together, something was going on like in 2016. It just wasn't what it was, the relationship, all of that. There was a definite switch, and she was asking about, you hear this constant theme about how she was asking about money, about all kinds of things, and Fabio's company was going above and beyond, and doing a lot of stuff they don't normally do for people in order to take care of them. So he was on the stand, and cross-examination of Luigi, I mean, they're just trying to say, was she crying? Was she crying? Everybody says she was like hyperventilating, but they're all mentioning not really seeing tears, but that's to be like, like that, okay? But yeah, so right now, I mean, I don't even see, like, they've already tried this case in the opening statement. She's guilty like crazy. So, but it's good. I think you should watch Luigi on the stand. And I think you should definitely watch her friend yesterday and today, because her friend is, yesterday's so much more. But she was a trip. She was kind of the Kato Kalin of that. So you should check it out. Now let me see if you guys have any thoughts. Are you watching this? 32. I'm right on time. Okay, let's see. Hi, little lady. Bucky Ann. Debbie D. So what's going on? Anybody watching this? If you're watching this, let's take a poll for anybody that's watching this Sementilli trial. We'll take a poll. Oh, and then the verdict is out on that Florida case of that boy that killed his mother, who's already killed his father. They're on verdict watch, just so you know. So we'll see what happens here. There's your poll. Next, we're going to talk about Evelyn Boswell. So if you've been with me for a long time, then you'll probably remember this case. We're gonna go over here. Let me put this up on the screen. Why is this so teeny tiny? Okay, so we're going to talk about the timeline. In this case, it's finally going to trial after 5 years. So, this is in Blountville, Tennessee. So, Monday, they started the jury selection. And I believe opening statements will be starting tomorrow. On Tuesday, the jury was selected. They're going to decide her guilt or innocence. It begins Wednesday, 9 a.m., and I will be watching and covering this trial. Now, there was, like I said, this case really, we covered it a lot. You can go watch the old videos on it. It was crazy because people were searching for the little girl, but then it was found out she had been missing months and months before she was ever reported missing. So let's talk about how this case started, okay? Evelyn's mother, the woman you see right here, Evelyn Boswell, she reported her daughter missing on February 18th of 2020. At the time, she said her daughter's been missing since December of the year before. So since December of 2019. But then they found out it was that nobody had seen her, I believe, until last sighting was like October of 2019 or Thanksgiving. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation didn't wait long. They issued an Amber Alert. And then it was prompted by Tommy Boswell Sr., and that's Megan's father, Evelyn's grandfather. He called Department of Children's Services. It was on February 21st that the waters became muddy with the Sullivan County Sheriff, Jeff Cassidy, who told the media that his office had conflicting reports about Evelyn's disappearance. This is when they were going to find out she was missing far longer, right? The sheriff said one report said Evelyn had last been seen on December 26 of 2019, but a babysitter later claimed to have seen the girl on December 10th or 11th. It was at this time that the sheriff also confirmed that Megan Boswell and Ethan Perry, Evelyn's father, were involved in the investigation. Her stories aren't leading up to stuff we went out and checked on, the sheriff said, pointing to video surveillance evidence and eyewitness testimonies. He called the stream of information coming into his office as conflicting and inaccurate. On February 21st, that was the day that Boswell spoke to WCYB, a Northeast Tennessee news outlet, outside of a courtroom in Bristol. She said that she knew who took Evelyn, but did not want to contact the police and risk tipping the person off. Yeah, this is a goose chase, okay? The reason I didn't report it or anything was I knew the person who had her, and I didn't want them to run away with her. I'm just kind of worried, about where they're at, what they're doing with her at this point in time. That was an important day. TBI announced on February 21st that investigators had identified and found a gray BMW that was connected with her disappearance in North Carolina. And then this is when she had implicated her mother and her mother's boyfriend, and this is when the whole shoplifting stuff happened. 2 people faced vehicle theft charges connected to the BMW, William McLeod and Evelyn's grandmother, Angela Boswell. Evelyn's disappearance began to go and make ripples all the way down in Nashville. On February 22nd, the search for the little girl prompted a petition called Evelyn's Law in the Tennessee Senate. It asked lawmakers to pass laws making it illegal for parents to wait longer than 72 hours to report a child missing. On February 24th, it marked another appearance of Megan Boswell to the media. She went and spoke with a media outlet, WJHL, and said that her mother, Angela Boswell, had taken the girl to Mendota, Virginia. And I quote, she said, "I told the TBI where to find her in Mendota. My mom took her to a campground in a silver camper, and if they don't go tonight, I'm going to go find her myself because I've told them and they're not really taking it seriously. And if they don't go tonight, I will go myself and go get her." Okay, so they went, reports at the time, Sullivan County Sheriff's Office searched the campground. There was nothing there, nothing that correlated to this. 6 days after issuing the Amber Alert, TBI announced on February 25th that Megan Boswell had been taken into custody and charged with false reporting. The little girl, Baby Evelyn, was still missing, and now her mother was in the Sullivan County Jail on $25,000 bail. And the sheriff said, and I remember this clear as a day, "Every time we talk to her, her story changes. I'm serious when I say every single time." I remember that clear as a bell. Captain Andrew Seabolt said on February 26th. He said that at a news conference that gave an update in the search for Evelyn, which just after the conference ended, moved again into Wilkes County, North Carolina. The investigators searched for the girl near a pond on the property connected to the Boswell property. Property records at the time showed the land was owned by a family member of William McLeod. And then William McLeod is the boyfriend of Evelyn's grandmother, Angela Boswell. The search proved to be inconclusive, but several people that day who spoke to the media about the search, a woman claimed to be friends with Megan Boswell and said the mother knew where Evelyn was and who had her. McLeod himself said he had only seen Evelyn 1 or 2 times since he began dating Angela in June of 2019. He also said he offered to take a lie detector test, something Megan Boswell said she could not do because she was pregnant. On February 27th, Captain Seabolt spoke on Megan's alleged pregnancy. I cannot confirm or deny her pregnancy. What I can tell you is the jail medical staff keeps track of pregnant inmates for obvious purposes. On Monday, February 24th, there were 4 pregnant inmates. On Tuesday, February 25th, there were 4 pregnant inmates. Megan Boswell was booked in at 9:19 on Tuesday. The pregnant inmate count went to 5 on Tuesday, February 25th at 11 p.m. when a pregnant woman was booked. On Wednesday, February 26th, the pregnant inmate count was 5 total. Then March 2nd, Megan Boswell appeared before a judge where she was formally charged with false reporting, and the judge denied a request to lower her bond. March 6th, TBI announced investigators had found remains that they thought to be Evelyn on a property belonging to a Boswell family member. March 9th, Megan appears in court again. Investigators revealed more information about the part she played in the search. Ultimately, TBI investigators said Boswell had shared false and conflicting information that cost valuable time in the search for the missing baby. As for the discovery of Evelyn's body, investigators said the remains of an infant had been found at a home on Muddy Creek Road, and that home belonged to Boswell's father, brother, and grandmother. On top of that, investigators said the remains were dressed in similar clothes to those that Evelyn had reportedly been wearing. So instead of her bond going up, it jumped to $150,000 that day. On August 19th of 2020, after a summer of court appearances and family statements, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation confirmed on August 19th, 2020, that Boswell had been charged with 2 counts of felony murder. On July 1st of 2021, Evelyn's law, which requires parents to report missing children within 24 hours, went into effect. On September 23rd of 2022, it would be some time before concrete details in Evelyn's cause of death were revealed, but on September 23rd, an expert in forensic pathology took the stand in Sullivan County to do just that. Dr. Darinka Polchan spoke that day, saying that Evelyn's cause of death was asphyxia in 4 places. She also said, in her opinion, Evelyn had been killed. Since that day, Boswell has been making her way through the court system, and her trial is expected to start tomorrow, 9 a.m. We're going to be there. There's a lot in here. Angela, if you see the cast of characters in here, it's just terrible. All going to the death of a little girl. It's nuts. Let's see what we have here. Okay. She's been in the Sullivan County Jail since her 2020 arrest, Megan. The trial is expected to last 2 to 4 weeks. Okay, and it's going to, like I said, it's going to start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And see one more thing over here. Okay, so jury, I just want to see if the courthouse. Let me see. Let's check that out. Okay. It's weird that, okay, 40 potential jurors were screened on Monday and 17 were picked. Of those, 10 were women and 7 were men. Numerous people were excused based on their answers to the questions, especially those who revealed that they were extremely familiar with the case. During the screenings, potential jurors were asked about their recent news consumption and if they had any preconceived beliefs about Megan Boswell and the case. Several also seemed confused by the concept of the burden of proof that, good night, I love you, that is on the state in order for Boswell to be convicted. Let's see here. The judge is Jim Goodwin. He is going to sequester the jury, and he said that this will be the first time in 15 to 20 years that a jury has been sequestered in Sullivan County. A sequestered jury is housed in a hotel and remains isolated from outside influences during the entirety of the trial. Jurors will have limited access to their phones, and there'll be channel restrictions set on their televisions once the trial begins. Goodwin called sequestering the jury for such a length of time the most onerous inconvenience I can ask of you. Goodwin stressed to those screened that he wanted to be sure the jury would base its verdict on what is said and proven in court. Okay. So she's facing numerous charges in the death of her daughter Evelyn, including 1 count of first-degree murder and 2 counts of felony murder. She has also been charged with aggravated child abuse, aggravated child neglect, tampering with evidence, abuse of a corpse, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, and 12 counts of false reporting. Evelyn's remains were found on a family member's property. She's the only one who has been charged in relation to the 15-month-old daughter's death. She has remained in jail since her initial arrest in late February of 2020. Let's see. What else we want to talk about? So, yeah, I've been waiting for this one a while. I'm in There is a 17-part questionnaire for the potential jurors. And so they have their jury now, 9 a.m. tomorrow, and I'm just wondering here. I would love to stream them. Let me see something. Let's see here. Right. Court dockets. Okay, Blountville. Huh. Interesting. I was just trying to see if they had the, here's the calendar, but here's the hold on, let me go to the court site here. I'll link to this one. Okay, sorry. Just trying to see if this site has where you can stream the trial, and I don't think it does. So I'm just trying to see. Some of them do, like a lot of the ones in Idaho. You can stream a lot of their stuff, right? They have the judge's site right on the website there, but I'm not seeing that here, so interesting. Okay. All right, I'll check that out later, but let's go now to Ruby, Frankie, and we go where I am on that. Ruby, where did I put you? Your stuff, Ruby. Thank you. All right, let me just pull up my, and then I'm gonna go to downloads, Ruby, Franke Jodi Hildebrandt. Okay, we were going through this like crazy yesterday, and I'm going to get a graphic up there. Just going, let me get Jodi and Ruby. It was just so infuriating to read through this and to think that, you know, I don't know, these men are just rolling over for this. It's like ridiculous. And I cannot believe Kevin Franke has not been charged with anything. I really cannot believe that. What is going on here? Put these two up here. Yeah, living in distortion, these two. Living in abuse. Living in... gross. Okay, let me just go make sure everybody's okay over here. How are you? Okay? How's it going over here, guys? Hello, Kevin Leonard. All right, so we got guilty on Monica. Okay. And that poll. And before we go to Ruby, Franke, what I'm going to do is do another poll, start that poll, and I'm going to ask about Megan Boswell. And if you don't know, you don't know. I mean, you haven't seen it, but if I could do one every day, we will. This is your own thoughts. Okay, so we've got that, and now we're going to go over here to Ruby Franke. Where did I put my document that I was just going through? For crying out loud, guys. What the heck? Where did it get opened? Okay, weird. Let me close some of these windows over here and see if I can go find it. Let's just take it again. Okay, here it is. Let me go to, I think we were on page like 70. Okay, let me pull this over. Crazy stuff. Let's see. Okay, this is when his child was coming back and forth with bruises and stuff, right? Yeah, so with dark bruises and cuts. Yeah, we went through this. So she had bruises, cuts. Savage's intentional abuse of the child and plaintiff, detailed in paragraphs, constitutes willful, malicious, and intentional behavior, or at the very least constitutes a knowing and reckless indifference towards and a disregard of the rights of the child and the plaintiff. Savage uses interstate and or foreign wires to further the enterprise's fraudulent scheme. In addition to implementing Hildebrandt's methodology and the enterprise's objectives into her own life, Savage is a principal recruiter for the enterprise, and Savage often uses interstate and foreign wires to recruit membership into the enterprise and further its fraudulent financial scheme through a pattern of racketeering. In addition to using abusive tactics to coerce plaintiff to join the enterprise, from at least May 2016 through July 2016, Savage used interstate wires to recruit Jessica Blanche, the plaintiff's brother's ex-wife, into the enterprise. Well, let's get this now. The plaintiff's brother's ex-wife. So her husband's brother's ex-wife. So she's already, have the failed marriage. Okay. During this time, Savage lived in Utah and Blanche lived in Idaho, during which Savage used interstate wires to call Blanche over the telephone at least 20 times to recruit her to the enterprise. Savage told plaintiff that she was provided by God. She was provided by God to save Blanche and the plaintiff's brother's marriage. They just said, did they not say ex-wife? How is she saving ex-wife? It sounds like it's already gone, right? Blanche joined the enterprise. Oh, wow. These people. And defended Hildebrandt publicly. Blanche posted the following on an online review site. The principles Jodi taught helped me through a really difficult situation. If applied, they can bless your life too. Jodi is an emotional personal trainer. To some, she can come off as intense, but truth is what she is teaching works, and she is passionate about the truth. No, she's not. Go in knowing you are going to emotionally work, but also know if you do your part, you can find so much peace and joy in your life. Savage instructed Blanche that the plaintiff's brother, here we go again, was in distortion, and that Blanche resultantly needed to inflict pain, i.e. abuse, on him. After Blanche became a member of the enterprise, i.e. cult, and in direct implementation of Hildebrandt's methodology, Blanche repeatedly physically beat the plaintiff's brother. This is crazy. On one occasion, Blanche ripped off the plaintiff's brother's shirt and attempted to attack him with a knife. Blanche had severely bruised, bitten, and scratched the plaintiff's brother all over his body. Blanche was charged with domestic battery. No charges were brought against the plaintiff's brother. Savage encouraged Blanche, before and after the attack, that Blanche was justified in criminally assaulting the plaintiff's brother because he was in distortion. He's in distortion, you can do whatever you want, even if it's against the law, they say. And that pain will bring him to the truth. Savage's instruction and encouragement of this assault is criminal under under Utah codes. It's a clear demonstration of the enterprise's manipulation and gaslighting tactics. Savage later contacted the plaintiff to explain that the plaintiff's brother
was in fact in fault for his own assault because the plaintiff's brother was in distortion, high painted black, and needed pain to bring him to truth. This is crazy. Accordingly, Blanche's review of Hildebrandt identified in paragraph 329 an instance in which she furthered the financial interest of the enterprise by attempting to solicit further business for the enterprise as fraudulent. Okay, accordingly, Blanche's review of Hildebrandt identified in 329 an instance in which she furthered the financial interest of the enterprise by attempting to solicit further business for the enterprise is fraudulent. Right, her review is fake. It's not real. Savage later attempted to recruit another romantic interest of the plaintiff's brother. What? Is this another brother or is this the same brother? Via interstate wires, and thus furthered the objectives of the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering. Around February of 2017, Savage sent a message over interstate wires to the woman plaintiff's brother was romantically involved with. Savage was in Utah. The woman was in Idaho. Savage criminally stalked the woman and plaintiff's brother over interstate wires to learn that they were dating. Specifically, Savage monitored and surveilled the personal affairs of the plaintiff's brother and their romantic partner through regularly monitoring their activities, dating life, social media posts, and the progression of their private relationships, including ascertaining that they were a romantic couple, which resulted in the plaintiff's brother and his romantic partner fearing for their safety after determining that an individual unknown to this romantic partner constantly monitored their personal affairs as described above. Without ever meeting this romantic partner, Savage then sent her a Facebook message telling her multiple times that God had told Savage that the plaintiff's brother would kill this woman, and that God would tell this woman the same thing if she listened. Savage falsely communicated about the plaintiff's brother, thereby disseminating information about the plaintiff's brother to his romantic partner, causing both the plaintiff's brother and his romantic partner to fear for their safety after determining that an individual unknown to the romantic partner was monitoring their private affairs and sending them unwanted communications. Savage's message constitutes per se defamation against the plaintiff's brother, which at the time of her message was also criminal in Utah. Savage again attempted to recruit the plaintiff's brother's new romantic interest to the enterprise in hopes to gain another enterprise member to garner fraudulent revenue for the enterprise. As explained above, Savage was both a recruiter and a leader in the enterprise over many women, as seen in her declaration that she could not accept the plaintiff's reasonable reconciliation attempt because her girls need her. Savage remains committed to the enterprise. Savage remains a devoted protege of Hildebrandt and staunchly refuses to reject the Hildebrandt methodology of abuse, torture, and pain, even after Hildebrandt and Franke's arrests brought the barbaric nature of the enterprise's fraudulent services to light. How can this enterprise even exist with Jodi Hildebrandt in prison? How is this even running? Crazy. After Hildebrandt and Franke's torture of victims 1 and 2, Franke's children, plaintiff gave Savage at least 7 opportunities to distance herself from Hildebrandt and disavow her methodology and tactics. Savage refused. First, on September 1st of 2023, the plaintiff, who was then in Arizona, sent Savage in Utah the following text message. Ms. Hildebrandt was arrested on 2 counts of intentional, aggravated child abuse. With that, I think that's it's in EJT, their child's, best interest to not utilize her teaching with EJT that in any way. Savage responded by text to the plaintiff the same day by suggesting that it was the plaintiff's reporting of Savage's child abuse against EJT that was the issue, not Hildebrandt. Savage thereby continues to actively participate in and conducts the affairs of the enterprise by implementing Hildebrandt's methodology with their child over the plaintiff's vigorous objections. When did he go to the court system? Later that day, the plaintiff in Arizona replied to Savage's startling response from Utah with a simple request: can you confirm that you will not utilize Ms. Hildebrandt's teachings with our child? Using her teachings would be concerning, seeing she has been charged with 2 counts of intentional aggravated child abuse, the most severe type of child abuse per statute. A pediatrician indicates injuries to EJT could only be explained by abuse, and the pediatrician indicated you were untruthful with DCFS multiple times in the investigation. Savage did not respond and refused to disavow her commitment to the enterprise and Hildebrandt's methodology, despite the plaintiff's repeated requests for her to do so. On September 4th, 2023, the plaintiff in Arizona sent the following text message to Savage in Utah. Ms. Hildebrandt has now been charged with 6 instead of 2 of the intentional aggravated child abuse because she encourages intentional aggravated child abuse in her teachings. Could you let me know if you still consider that one must accept her teachings to be in the truth, and if you will continue to utilize her teachings with our child? Why is her child even with them? Savage again only responded, suggesting that the plaintiff reporting Savage's child abuse was the issue, not Hildebrandt. On December 27, 2023, after Hildebrandt's guilty plea, the plaintiff sent the following message to Savage. Hildebrandt and Franke pled guilty to 4 counts of second-degree felony child abuse, admitting to physically torturing Franke's 12-year-old son and indoctrinating 2 of Franke's children, both under 12 years old. I believe our child is unsafe with you if you maintain your commitment to Hildebrandt and her teachings. If you continue to refuse to disavow Hildebrandt, we need to come to a custodial agreement where our child is not in further danger of physical harm and indoctrination from you. What?
I love you.
Cleaned up. What does that mean, cleaned up? I don't know what that means, cleaned up, so it shouldn't be there. I don't think that should be there. Savage, again, did not respond on February 20th after Franke described the destructive nature of Hildebrandt's teachings. The plaintiff sent the following message to Savage. At her sentencing hearing, Franke described the principles that you're using with our child, Hildebrandt's teachings, as dark and dangerous. The plaintiff later said, oh my gosh, I can't speak. The plaintiff later sent a similar message asking, are you willing to stop using these dangerous principles, teachings with our child and in our co-parenting? How is he co-parenting when the child's not even going even with him? That's crazy. Savage again did not respond. On March 22nd, when the prosecutors in St. George, Utah made public many documents in Hildebrandt and Franke's criminal proceedings, plaintiff sent Savage the following message. The body cam video of when Franke's children were rescued was released today and was heartbreaking. Our child and I have suffered from these same tactics for years from you following Hildebrandt. Am I correct in understanding that you're willing to disavow Hildebrandt's teachings with our child and in our co-parenting even after seeing this child abuse? Savage again did not respond. On March 25th of 2024, after reviewing even more of the prosecutor's documents, the plaintiff sent the following message to Savage. Hildebrandt's jail calls now show she still believes the torture of children is normal parenting. This concerns me with how religiously you look to her in treating me and our child. Can you please confirm that you will not use Hildebrandt's abusive teachings with our child and in our co-parenting? Savage yet again did not respond. Savage teaches and employs the abusive tactics of the enterprise on their child, despite knowing Hildebrandt's methodology is abusive and harmful. Savage and Washburn have also secretly communicated to their child over plaintiff's protests, instructing their child to live by Hildebrandt's methodology even after Hildebrandt had been arrested and her case garnered international attention. Beginning in July of 2023, Savage and Washburn created a secret email account and coerced their child to communicate with them during the plaintiff's parenting time with their child. Their child later reported that Savage coerced her to say false negative things about the plaintiff, about her father. Okay? So their child is saying that their mother coerced her to say false negative things about her father and false positive things about her mother in these messages. Upon information and belief, Savage also coerced the child, the daughter, to tell the plaintiff, to tell her father, to tell her father's now wife, that the plaintiff abuses women. Okay? So the father, I guess, got remarried, and the ex-wife told the child to tell the father's new wife that her new husband abuses women. Upon information and belief, Savage manipulated their child to ensure that the child was living under the Hildebrandt's methodology even while in the plaintiff's care, at one time instructing the child to implement Hildebrandt's tactic of boundaries with their family. Savage also instructs the child to invade her father's privacy, including, without limitation, by requesting detailed accounts of the child's parent time with her father and instructing the child to retrieve a confidential financial document from her father's home and provide it to her mother. Savage is the mother. Savage's actions towards the child and her ex-husband, as alleged in paragraphs 189 through 371 herein, were willful and malicious, or, at the very least, constitute a knowing and reckless indifference towards and a disregard of the father and the child. Relationships within the enterprise. The enterprise includes a union or group of individuals and entities, including, without limitation, Hildebrandt, Franke, Savage, and connections, associated in fact for the common purpose of engaging in a course of conduct furthering the enterprise's fraudulent scheme described herein. Upon information and belief, the association, in fact, enterprise in this case, involves at least defendants, Connections Classroom, Hildebrandt, Franke, and Savage, as well as Connections mental fitness trainers, the Connections Foundations, and Pam Botcher. Upon information and belief, there are lasting relationships among members of the enterprise. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt was the leader of the enterprise. She developed the methodologies through which members of the enterprise controlled its victims. Upon information and belief, Franke worked most closely with Hildebrandt and was second in command in the enterprise. Hildebrandt purposefully used Franke's social media presence to massively disseminate the enterprise's fraudulent scheme. That's that whole thing when she was saying, why did she give up 8 passengers? It was so lucrative, and she gave it up because her kids were becoming too entitled and all this, and made this whole fraudulent thing, right? Yes. Fraudulent scheme, including without limitation through the advertisement of Connections fraudulent services and products on Franke's various social media channels and accounts. Upon information and belief, many individuals were given the rank of mental fitness trainer within the enterprise. Upon information and belief, the title signified that these individuals understood Hildebrandt's methodology and under the supervision of Hildebrandt disseminated this methodology via the enterprise's various fraudulent services and or products. Upon information and belief, other members, including without limitation, Savage, managed and controlled the enterprise's affairs directly with specific victims at the Hildebrandt's instruction and direction. Upon information and belief, Savage and Hildebrandt agreed to carry out the affairs of the enterprise beginning in at least 2015 when Savage joined the enterprise and began attempting to introduce the plaintiff and others, including Blanche, to purchase fraudulent services and or products from Connections. Unbelievable. Okay. Upon information and belief, Savage was and is aware of the fraudulent nature of the enterprise and of Connection services and products because the plaintiff informed her of their fraudulent nature and of Hildebrandt's prior misconduct. Despite this knowledge, Savage willingly joined the enterprise and agreed to carry out its affairs through the promotion of Connections fraudulent services and or products and through the commission of numerous acts of wire fraud, as alleged herein. The enterprise's pattern of racketeering activity, wire fraud. Each defendant has engaged in a pattern of wire fraud and therefore a pattern of racketeering activity. Okay, racketeering activity includes federal wire fraud, which occurs when a party having devised or intending to devise any scheme to defraud or for obtaining money or property by means of false or fraudulent pretenses, representations, or promises transmits or causes to be transmitted by means of wire fraud in interstate or foreign commerce any writing, signs, signals, pictures, and or sounds for the purpose of executing such a scheme or artifice. Let's see. Further, a defendant commits federal wire fraud when the individual could have reasonably foreseen that a victim would pay with credit or debit cards in furtherance of the defendant's fraudulent scheme. Collectively, defendants have engaged in thousands of instances of federal wire fraud. Individually, each defendant has engaged hundreds of instances of wire fraud. In furtherance of their scheme, and as described herein, defendants transmitted and or caused to be transmitted by means of wire communication in interstate or foreign commerce, writing, signs, signals, pictures, and sounds, including but not limited to the following. Thousands of social media wire transmissions on YouTube, Instagram, Spotify, Acast, Apple Podcasts, Facebook, and Zoom, among others that furthered the enterprise by attempting to recruit individuals to the enterprise and induce them to pay for the enterprise's fraudulent services. You know, oh boy, using interstate telephone wires to stalk, libel, threaten, and harass the plaintiff and his family, to coerce the plaintiff to join the enterprise, and to punish him when he refused to do so. Thousands of wire transfers via credit or debit cards were when fraudulently charging victims. The objective of the enterprise is to lure members and victims into purchasing services and products from Connections to purportedly better one's life. Once in the door, Hildebrandt diagnoses victims with false pathologies and psychological disorders to entice them into purchasing fraudulent and unnecessary coaching, therapy, counseling, and self-help services from the enterprise. In furtherance of the objective of the enterprise, Hildebrandt also instructs members to utilize tactics of manipulation, physical abuse, psychological abuse, and isolation to keep members and victims within the enterprise and brainwash victims into believing they need to continually invest money into the enterprise through purchasing services and products from connections to heal themselves and their relationships with others. Another tactic of the enterprise is to employ manipulation and abuse against individuals who reject the enterprise to disincentivize members from leaving the enterprise. Hildebrandt. Hey Nora, thank you for being a Deputy Rambler for 56 months. Hello, Carolyn and Ramblers. Hello, Nora. How are you? Okay. Hildebrandt furthers the enterprise's fraudulent scheme by advertising services that purport to solve any negative behavior as described by Hildebrandt. My style is what is necessary to fully change and champion any addictive or self-destructive behavior, whether it be ravenous addictions, feelings of worthlessness or inadequacy, conflicts in relationships, intimacy problems, communication breakdowns, and frankly any block that prevents having and creating peace and joy. Hildebrandt claims to be a preeminent mental health expert in her ability to identify and treat any mental illness. In reality, Hildebrandt manufactures pathologies and mental health problems when treating enterprise victims to entice them to purchase fraudulent and unnecessary services and products from connections. Hildebrandt's representations regarding the enterprise services are false, dangerous, and harmful. At no point prior to joining the enterprise does Hildebrandt disclose that if a victim resists her authority and counseling, she and other enterprise members will seek to destroy a victim's life through defamatory actions, physical and emotional abuse, manipulation, and isolation. Plaintiff incorporates by reference Exhibit J, which sets forth instances of wire communications in furtherance of the enterprise. This exhibit includes which defendant caused the communication to be issued, when the communication was made, how it furthered the scheme, and the consequences thereof within the scheme to defraud. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt engaged in at least 785 acts of federal wire fraud, beginning at least by 2008 and continuing through August 26, 2023. Shortly before her arrest, see generally Exhibit 1 through 16. Okay. Specifically, and upon information and belief, Hildebrandt engaged in federal wire fraud on at least 732 occasions when hosting and publishing the Connections podcast, at least 27 occasions while hosting and participating in Connections, couples, panels, via Zoom, at least 15 occasions when teaching the Connections masterclass, via Zoom, at least 7 occasions when teaching and speaking at Connections conferences, and at least 4 occasions through her website, Instagram, and or podcasts. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt engaged in thousands of additional acts of federal wire through posts on her multiple social media accounts, many of which are currently unavailable because YouTube deleted the Connections channel, and Hildebrandt and Franke's limit Hildebrandt and Franke limit access to their Moms of Truth Facebook page to members only. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt engaged in thousands of additional acts of wire fraud because she fraudulently charged enterprise victims via credit and/or debit cards for services and products sold by Connections. Upon information and belief, Franke engaged in at least 298 acts of wire fraud. Specifically, and upon information and belief, Franke engaged in wire fraud on at least 244 occasions while hosting and publishing the Connections podcast on at least 15 occasions, while serving as a panelist on Connections panels on at least 31 occasions through advertising Connections on Instagram, and on at least 4 occasions while speaking at Connections conferences and retreats. Upon information and belief, Franke engaged in thousands of additional acts of federal wire fraud through other social media accounts, many of which are currently unavailable. Because YouTube deleted the Connections channel, Franke deleted many posts, and because Hildebrandt and Franke limit access to their Moms of Truth Facebook page to members only. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt and Franke agreed that each would perpetrate these acts of wire fraud before doing so. Upon information and belief, Savage engaged in at least 334 acts of federal wire fraud. Specifically, and upon information and belief, Savage engaged in federal wire fraud on at least 36 occasions when she attempted to coerce plaintiff to purchase fraudulent services and products from Connections and to join Enterprise, when she attempted to recruit other members to Enterprise and convince them to purchase fraudulent services and podcasts from Connections, and when she stalked and or harassed plaintiff and his family as punishment for not joining the Enterprise and for refusing to purchase fraudulent services and or products from Connections. Savage also used interstate and foreign wires to send at least 296 messages to their child, all of which furthered the objectives of the Enterprise by attempting to coerce the child to live by the Enterprise's principles under Hildebrandt's methodology. Upon information and belief, Savage and Hildebrandt agreed that Savage would perpetrate such acts of wire fraud before doing so. Upon information and belief, Botcher engaged in at least 22 acts of federal wire fraud. Specifically, and upon information and belief, Botcher engaged in federal wire fraud on at least 16 occasions while teaching Connections masterclass, on at least 2 occasions when teaching at Connections conferences and retreats, and at least 4 occasions through Connections Instagram page. Okay, let's see. Okay, 88% say Megan Boswell is guilty. Okay, very good there. Upon information and belief, Botcher engaged in thousands of additional instances of wire fraud because, as the president of Connections Foundation, she almost exclusively and fraudulently charged Enterprise victims via credit cards or debit cards for services and products sold by Connections. Upon information and belief, Connections engaged in at least 1,009 instances of federal wire fraud, including 732 instances when Hildebrandt hosted the Connections podcast, 244 instances when Franke hosted the Connections podcast, 27 instances via the Connections couples panels, 15 instances via the Connections masterclass, 13 at connections conferences, and thousands of additional instances in social media accounts, including those who restricted access or that have been deleted by YouTube as a result of Hildebrandt and Franke violating the YouTube creator guidelines. Defendants participated in the scheme or artifice of enterprise knowingly, willfully, and with the specific intent to deceive or defraud plaintiff and others. Defendants knowingly misrepresented the nature and consequences of the enterprise's objective under Hildebrandt's methodology to gain fraudulent revenue. Specifically, defendants induced individuals to obtain services and products from connections for the financial benefit of the enterprise, knowing that Hildebrandt would falsely diagnose victims with non-existent pathologies and or mental health disorders to induce victims to spend money on connections, fraudulent services, and products to the financial benefit of the enterprise. Defendants' fraudulent actions have caused the plaintiff and likely many others substantial damage. Each wire transmission explained above was designed to further the fraudulent scheme of the enterprise. Additionally, defendants made an overwhelming number of fraudulent misrepresentations on the Connections website to lure victims to the enterprise. Hildebrandt had communicated extensively over interstate and or foreign wires to advertise, promote, and sell fraudulent services and products sold by Connections to amass a fortune from thousands of trusting and often vulnerable individuals and families, all to the financial benefit of the enterprise. Hi, One Eye. I painted black. Okay. Hildebrandt and Franke make similar false representations on the Connections podcast, which is hosted by either Hildebrandt or Franke. Since at least November 25th of 2022, each podcast ends with the following representation. Thank you so much for listening to the Connections podcast today. Share this podcast with your family and friends. And if you're not already subscribed, please subscribe to this podcast. You can find on-demand and live training at connectionsclassroom.com to help you create joy in your life and in your relationships. The Connections Classroom website immediately directed individuals to a variety of Connections fraudulent services and products, which can be accessed only by purchase. Instead of fulfilling these representations, defendants coerce, indoctrinate victims to join the enterprise and then entice members to pay fees for fraudulent services and products sold by Connections. Hi, White Angel. White Angel, did you ever get... this is true crime. Right here is true crime. This is definitely true crime. White Angel, this is true crime. This is child abuse. This is true crime. 100%. Did you ever get your cord fixed so you could get your membership, White Angel? I mean, you ever get your cord for your laptop? I can't even notice you because you blend in. Okay. Upon information and belief, monetary transactions involving racketeering proceeds. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt engaged in a pattern of engaging in monetary transactions in property derived from specified, unlawful activity and therefore a pattern of racketeering activity. Racketeering activity includes engaging in monetary transactions in property derived from specific unlawful activity which occurs when a party knowingly engages in or attempts to engage in a monetary transaction in criminally derived property of a value greater than $10,000 and is derived from specific unlawful activity. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt engaged in monetary transactions through a financial institution involving a deposit, transfer, or exchange which affected interstate commerce. When she purchased a residence in Ivins, Utah, the Ivins residence, which she later used to hold captive and torture victims 1 and 2. Thanks, Nelson. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt used criminally derived property to purchase the Ivins residence, namely funds that she obtained through specified unlawful activity, namely a pattern of racketeering activity, including without limitation wire fraud as alleged in paragraphs 386 through 426 herein. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt purchased the residence in or about 2017. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt's purchase of the Ivins residence affects interstate and foreign commerce because Hildebrandt and Franke extensively used the Ivins residence to film videos and record podcasts for the enterprise, which are broadcasts and available internationally. Hildebrandt and Franke used the Ivins residence to create content for the enterprise's various fraudulent services and products, including without limitation, training videos, classes, and written content, all of which the enterprise charged members located across the United States and or internationally to purchase. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt purchased the Ivins residence for approximately $1 million, a sum greater than $10,000 threshold under the section blah, blah, blah. Okay. Forced labor. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt, Franke, and Botcher engaged in a pattern of criminal forced labor and therefore a pattern of racketeering activity. Although not a predicate act under the RICO claims pleaded below, the pattern of criminal forced labor demonstrates the relatedness and continuity of the enterprise. Racketeering activity includes offenses related to forced labor, which occurs when an individual knowingly recruits, harbors, transports, provides, or obtains by any means any person for labor or services in violation of Chapter 77 of the United States Code. It is unlawful for an individual to knowingly and willfully hold to involuntary servitude or sell into any condition of involuntary servitude any other person for any term. Under 18 U.S.C. Section 1589, it is unlawful for an individual to knowingly provide or obtain the labor of services of a person by threats of serious harm to or physical restraint against that person or another person by any means of a scheme, plan, or pattern intended to cause the person to believe that if the person does not perform such labor services that the person or another person would suffer serious harm or physical restraint, or by means of the abuse or threatened abuse of law or in the legal process. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt, Franke, and Botcher engaged in this criminal behavior against victims 1 and 2, against their 2 older sisters who are minors, identified as A and J, in documents released by the state prosecutors. Utah prosecutors' summary of the criminal cases of Hildebrandt and Franke accurately described their violations of 18 U.S.C. sections 1584 and 1589 against victims 1 and 2. The ensuing investigation revealed that Ms. Franke and Ms. Hildebrandt held Franke's 12-year-old son and 9-year-old daughter in a work camp-like setting. They were forced to do physical tasks like carrying loaded boxes up and down stairs and sitting against a wall without a chair or a stool for hours at a time. The children were also forced to do manual labor outdoors in the extreme summer heat without shoes or socks. Similarly, a prosecutor told reporters the following, and you know You look at the images of people that have been stuck in concentration camps and malnourished for a time, and you look at the forced labor and types of injuries they have from that, and that's what these kiddos experienced. They were held, they were denied food to the point that it's painfully obvious in looking at them, and they were forced to do work in the St. George heat in June and July and August without gloves, but without shoes, being out in the desert, being forced to do labor. Like, if that's not concentration camp setting, I don't know what is. Utah prosecutors also explain that these slavery conditions imposed by Hildebrandt and Franke were inflicted by actual force, threats of force, or threats of legal coercion. The children were regularly denied food, water, beds to sleep in, and virtually all forms of entertainment. They were similarly forced to stand outside on a cement patio in the summer heat for hours and even days. They were beaten, and the 12-year-old was bound hand and foot after a previous attempt at running away. All the physical and emotional harm actually inflicted upon victims 1 and 2 and threatened upon J and A constitutes serious harm under the federal law. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt and Franke threatened abuse of law or legal process against victims 1 and 2 by falsely representing to them that if victims 1 and 2 did not repent, they would be incarcerated. This constitutes abuse and threatened abuse of law, of legal process under federal law. Franke's journal entries explain specific instances of this horrific forced labor, including actions by victims 1 and 2 showing that they were being held captive against their will, and Franke and Hildebrandt's use of force and threat of force. Franke's journal entries include the following. Victim 2 refuses to work, screams, has hair shaved off. I cut more off victim 2's head. We doused her with water in the dog wash, victim 2, and she wanted to run away. Jodi told victim 1 she has no idea what is waiting for her. This should be victim 2, not victim 1, because victim 1 is a boy. Physically stop the acting out, behaving, and begin physically doing good. Farm work, lifting boxes, exerting energy, exercises, jump rope, milking cows, weeding a garden, digging trenches. Satan cannot be where there is good. Begin doing sweating for good, heavy physical intensity, capture your attention. The problem for victims 1 and 2 is the hard labor, is all unintelligible. For the sake of lifting does not have meaning or do good. And these kids need a good kick from a horse and a cactus to run into. I remind victim 2 that if she whined, cried, or squinted her eyes at me, or soured her face, I would be buzzing her hair. If she is going to act sick, she can look sick. I told her because she didn't listen the night before, she would do 2 sets of boxes, stairs, with a 5-minute break. After a 5 minutes of rest, she began whimpering. When she got to the bottom stair, she slipped and dropped the box. I put her in the dog wash and shaved her head, and then back to the boxes. Victim 2 agreed to sit on the park bench and think about her choices. I made it very clear. If she were to move, get up, fidget, talk, take her hat off, she would go back to work. After an hour on the bench, she began moving and looking around. I pulled her into the house and gave her more boxes. Victim 2 does first set of books decently. Victim 2, upset to do boxes, gets them done. More boxes. She refuses. Goes to sleep on the basement floor. One might ask, as I myself have, what if we had taken this slower? Would the children have been on board if we hadn't boundaried them so quickly and so clearly? What if instead of a full day of box carrying, we would have done an hour and breaks and reading and then back to boxes? My answer is, well, victims 1 and 2 would not be repenting, and they would have given the impression that they were repenting. They needed things to get hard fast, intense, shocking change, immediate discomfort, stress in their systems, change the environment of the kids slowly and more reasonably or comfortably. We would have allowed the dumb hypnosis and sleep to stay over the child. We needed to wake the child up to the state of reality and show them where they really are, in the pit of hell. Instead, they hid. They wanted to lie to themselves that what they did wasn't that bad, that they were the victims, that me and Jodi are the persecutors. Jodi and I took victim 2 out to the desert. She refused to stay quiet and would scream and scream. Jodi found a reservation cemetery. Chwitz Cemetery. She went out in the heat barefoot. Victim 2 still tried to run. She screamed for another family, water, food, care, love. After a couple of hours of screaming and speaking nonsense, victim 2 finally laid down in the road, quiet. We took victims 1 and 2 out, and Jay the next day, victims 1 and 2 barefoot, to increase the discomfort and decrease the running away. The task at hand was to weed the cemetery. Huge sagebrush, pokies, thorns, broken glass, garbage overfull. We spent a couple of hours filling black bags and Gijo's truck bed. That's Jodi Hildebrandt's. We went out the next day and again today, 5 hours. DF weed pulling. Oh, you're here now, Scooter? Hello there. Hello, Heart Made Wise. For a bit, and then started manipulating. I told her to run up an incline. Oh, no, hold on, I missed that. DF weed pulling. Ruby, 8:30 a.m. Ruby takes victims 1, 2, and J to the Chwitz Cemetery, where each child is given a bag to pick up broken glass and weeds. Victim 2, this week, perpetually screamed outside. Jodi and I accommodated her and took her to Hellhole Road. She was to run on the dirt road. She ran for a bit and then started manipulating. I told her to run up an incline on a hillside, touch a tree and return 100 yards max. She threw herself into a tree. Later, victim 2, can I have another chance at running the hill? Yes. Mother, what would you like me to do? I instructed her to run to the dead tree and then come back. Victim 2 replied, I would rather jump into a cactus. This girl would choose to be shot and die than to humble and do what she is told. There is no pain point where she will turn. I whipped victim 1 with a belt yesterday. Victim 2, she peed all over Jodi's garage floor, screamed at her, and lied to her. She is out of control, victim 2. Screamed to give me her attention after the whipping. She swept the garage with some muscle and mopped it. Upon information and belief, Botchter was aware of and helped contribute to this forced labor and abuse of victims 1 and 2. For example, in her journal, Franke indicates Botchter came to the Ivins residence during that time of the abuse, when Franke writes that if Pam hadn't volunteered to take A to American Fork for her ACT test, then I would not have been here to recapture victim 1 after his first escape attempt. Similarly, and upon information and belief, Botcher previously enforced and encouraged the forced labor of Jessie Hildebrandt when Hildebrandt tortured Jessie, showing she had knowledge of Hildebrandt's tactic of child torture. Additionally, J and A were routinely starved or witnessed their siblings starved as a result of their distortion. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt and Franke also violated 18 U.S.C. Section 1590 when they harbored or transported the children to thus engage in this forced labor. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt and Franke agreed that each would perpetuate these acts of forced labor before doing so. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt harbored victims 1 and 2 in her residence to coerce them into forced labor. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt also transported victim 2 on at least one occasion from Arizona to Hildebrandt's residence in Utah with the purpose of coercing victim 2 into forced labor. Upon information and belief, Franke violated 18 section USC, where she transported victims 1 and 2 from Utah County to Ivins to coerce them to engage in this horrific forced labor. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt and Franke then each would perpetuate such acts of forced labor before doing so. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt and Franke agreed that each would perpetuate such acts of forced labor in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1590 before doing so. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt and Botcher engaged in proper transfers of monetary instruments through one or more entities, which likely constituted a pattern of laundering or monetary instruments under 18 U.S.C. Section 1956. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt engaged in interstate travel to attempt to purchase property using racketeering proceeds. Although not predicate acts under plaintiff's RICO, claims pled now below this pattern of behavior, which may constitute criminal laundering of money, monetary instruments, and interstate travel to aid in racketeering enterprises, demonstrates the relatedness and continuity of the enterprise. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt and Botcher transferred Hildebrandt's funds into one or more of Botcher's bank accounts. On January 17, 2024, Utah's 5th Judicial District Court entered a temporary restraining order to enjoin Hildebrandt from liquidating, concealing, or transferring her personal assets prior to the establishment of criminal restitution for victims 1 and 2. In its order, the court identified that Botcher may be one of the third parties and or entities through which Hildebrandt is concealing personal property and money. The order also identified one or more connections entities affiliated with Hildebrandt as one or more of the third parties and or entities through which Hildebrandt is concealing personal property and money. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt received those funds as a result of her racketeering behavior, including without limitation through her pattern of engaging in a wire fraud, along with members of enterprise, including without limitation Franke, Savage, and Botcher, as alleged in paragraphs 386 through 426 herein. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt and Botcher conducted these financial transactions for the purpose of operating the enterprise's racketeering scheme by allowing Hildebrandt to have sufficient funds after or during her incarceration to continue carrying on the unlawful affairs of the enterprise. On information and belief, Hildebrandt engaged in a pattern of interstate travel to attempt to purchase property using racketeering proceeds, and therefore a pattern of racketeering activity. As alleged in paragraphs 427 and 433, herein Hildebrandt engaged in a monetary transaction in property derived from specific unlawful activity, specifically through her purchase of the Ivins residence. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt on multiple occasions traveled from Utah to Arizona and attempted to purchase real property using racketeering proceeds. Specifically, upon information and belief, Hildebrandt traveled from Utah to Arizona on at least 2 occasions on about July 15, 2023, on or about August 1st, 2023. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt traveled to Arizona in search for a new residence in which to torture at least victims 1 and 2, if not the other minor victims, in furtherance of the enterprise's objective of child abuse and child torture, and or create content for the enterprise's various fraudulent services, including without limitation, training videos, classes, and written content, all of which the enterprise charged members located across the United States and or internationally to purchase. Okay. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt traveled to Arizona with the intent to otherwise promote, manage, establish, carry on, facilitate the promotion, management, establishment, or carrying on of unlawful activity, specifically an attempted monetary transaction in property derived from her racketeering proceeds obtained through wire fraud. Defendants' racketeering behavior was related. Specifically, all of the defendants' acts of racketeering have the same or similar purpose, results, participants, victims, and methods of commission, and otherwise interrelated by distinguishing characteristics and are not isolated events. All of the defendants' acts of racketeering had the purpose and result of furthering the enterprise, mainly to sell fraudulent services through the enterprise and to entice individuals to purchase the fraudulent services. Okay? Wow, this is just overkill right now. The participants were largely the same, specifically the named defendants and other individuals to be named defendants upon discovery of their identities. The methods of commission were similar, namely using wire fraud to lure individuals to the enterprise, where the enterprise members induced individuals to join and remain in the enterprise. Defendants' acts of racketeering were not isolated, but the method which Hildebrandt, Franke, and Botcher ran the connections business. The duration of the defendant's racketeering activity is continuous and substantial. Specifically, and upon information and belief, Hildebrandt began Connections Classroom LLC in 2007 and has used it as a crucial part of her enterprise since its inception. Hildebrandt and Botcher have been engaging their pattern of wire fraud and forced labor for close to 20 years in furtherance of the enterprise. Franke has been engaging in wire fraud and forced labor and has been critical leader of the enterprise since at least 2020. Savage has been engaging in wire fraud and furthering the enterprise since 2015 and has been a leader of the enterprise since 2016. The enterprise's extensiveness is substantial. You know. Okay. Defendants extended the enterprise expansively via social media and across different corporations, including Connections Classroom LLC, Connections Mental Fitness Trainers LLC, and the Connections Foundation. The Connections social media accounts have existed since on or about February 2020. The enterprise's social media reach is expansive and includes, without limitation, multiple YouTube channels, including the Connections YouTube channel and a YouTube channel called What's Under the Rug, created by Franke and Paige Hanna. Sounds like. To further the objectives of the enterprise. The Connections Instagram account, the Connections Facebook account, the Moms of Truth Instagram account, the Moms of Truth private Facebook group, and Hildebrandt's Mental Fitness with Jodi program posted via multiple channels, including, without limitation, Instagram and the Connections website. The fraudulent scheme of the enterprise and its services has, and admitted by defendants, reached at least 23 different countries. The number of victims of the enterprise is substantial. As alleged above, in paragraphs 113 through 175 herein, there are hundreds, if not thousands, or tens of thousands of victims, several of whom are known, including plaintiff, the plaintiff's child, victims 1 and 2, Jesse Hildebrandt, Spencer Tibbetts, Adam Steed, Dave Bateman, Stephanie Jones, the plaintiff's brother, and the plaintiff's brother's current wife. Well, what about the plaintiff's current wife? Doesn't the plaintiff have a current wife? Or did they have that wrong? The instances and type of racketeering committed by the defendants are similarly expansive in paragraphs 400 through 412 and 415 herein, and in Exhibit 1 here too, plaintiff has pleaded with particularity 2,424 collective instances of wire fraud by defendants and numerous instances of individual wire fraud by each defendant, all in violation. Upon information and belief, discovery will reveal thousands of incidents of federal mail fraud, also in violation. As alleged in paragraphs 427 through 433 herein, and upon information and belief, Hildebrandt engaged in monetary transactions and property derived from specific unlawful activity. As alleged in paragraphs blah, 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 and the Hildebrandt and Franke engaged in forced child labor. Okay, Hildebrandt and Boswell facilitated monetary transfers that may implicate. We're just going to cut to the chase and not keep reading the same thing. Hildebrandt engaged in interstate travel that may implicate. The complexity of the enterprise fraudulent scheme is astonishing. Specifically, and upon information and belief, the belief of the enterprise's fraudulent scheme involved the provision of services across multiple businesses, entities, Connections, Mental Fitness Trainers, LLC, and the Connections Foundation. The enterprise entities developed, manufactured, and sold fraudulent books, podcasts, workshops, DVDs, classes, retreats, and panels, among other services and products, to entice members and victims to join the enterprise, spend funds on enterprise services, recruit others to enterprise, and falsely add on appearance of legitimacy to enterprise. In furtherance of the enterprise, Hildebrandt provided counseling services to falsely and fraudulently diagnose victims of the enterprise with non-existent pathologies and mental health disorders, and to induce them to purchase unnecessary services and products from Connections, which services and products ultimately indoctrinated victims into enterprise and promoted the enterprise objectives of abuse, including, without limitation, child abuse and child torture. So-called mental fitness trainers act to further the objectives of the enterprise by selling the enterprise's fraudulent services, indoctrinating members and victims, and promulgating the objectives of the enterprise, including, without limitation, the enterprise's objectives of child abuse and child torture. The size of the enterprise is large. Multiple defendants have been identified in this complaint, and many other individuals furthered the racket as so-called mental fitness trainers and individual perpetrators, including Savage, Steed's ex-wife, Bateman's ex-wife, and Pam Botchner. A main objective of the enterprise is to perpetuate and implement Hildebrandt's methodology, the primary tactic of which is to inflict pain on those in distortion, to bring them into the truth in order to manipulate individuals into joining the enterprise, retain them as members once indoctrinated, and coerce them into purchasing fraudulent services and or products from Connections for the benefit of the enterprise. Because Hildebrandt encourages and instructs enterprise members that they can and should violate the law to bring others out of distortion, the enterprise has aided, abetted, and perpetuated numerous criminal acts in addition to the racketeering acts alleged herein, including the following. Who had a good supper? Painted black. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt and Franke engaged in and were criminally convicted for committing international aggravated child abuse. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt and Franke violated 18 U.S.C. Section 1959 by committing assault resulting in serious bodily harm. Upon or threatened to commit a crime of violence against an individual for the purpose of maintaining or increasing position in the enterprise, engaged in racketeering activity, specifically, and upon information and belief, Franke perpetuated these acts against victims 1 and 2, in part to achieve, solidify her position and as second in command of the enterprise, living with Hildebrandt during this time and thereby cementing her high status within the enterprise. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt and Franke perpetuated these acts to maintain their position as leaders of the enterprise by preventing victims 1 and 2 from speaking with law enforcement. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt and Franke engaged in criminal obstruction of justice in the child abuse investigation involving victim 1 and 2. Savage, in furtherance of the enterprise's objectives, scanned the plaintiff's computer for P without his knowledge in violation of Utah Code Sections 76.6703 and 76.5106.5. Upon information and belief, Blanche engaged in and was charged criminally with domestic battery against the plaintiff's brother, and relatedly, Savage engaged in criminal conspiracy, aiding and abetting in Blanche's commission of domestic battery. Upon information and belief, Savage criminally stalked the plaintiff's brother and his romantic partner, and subsequently deemed the plaintiff's brother in violation of Utah, defamed the plaintiff's brother in violation of Utah Code 7.65106.5. Okay. Upon information and belief, Savage engaged in aggravated child abuse against her child in furtherance of the enterprise's objectives. Everybody's going to go ahead and now here. Savage engaged in criminal obstruction of justice when she lied to DCFS about a child's injuries and multiple occasions in violation. Savage threatened her child not to discuss the injuries. Savage lied under oath and or lied to DCFS regarding her abuse of the child. Given Hildebrandt and Franke's incarceration, along with the deactivation of the Connections Classroom website, the ability of the defendants to obtain fraudulent gain at this time has diminished. However, there is still the significant ongoing threat of future harm by Hildebrandt and the enterprise. At her sentencing hearing, Hildebrandt claimed that she sincerely loves these children, indicating that she still believes that the tortures she inflicted upon victims 1 and 2 perpetuated of love, and that she does not show remorse for her criminal behavior. Prosecutors stated that Hildebrandt feels no remorse. Upon information and belief and jailhouse phone calls, Hildebrandt made statements such as, "I don't know why I'm here. I shouldn't be here. I haven't done anything wrong. I can't believe what I'm being accused of. I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it." I'm like, well, what's a better example than to go to prison unjustly, and then go teach the gospel? We didn't do that. Those pictures, we did not do. Victim 1 did that to himself, yes. Did we put that on him? And he then rubbed around and cut himself? Yes. But we didn't do that. So now it's abusive to make a kid sleep on the floor? That's abusive? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You can't even raise kids anymore. You can't even raise your kids anymore. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt all but promises to continue enterprise in a racketeering behavior upon release, saying, "And I don't know if I'm going to be some kind of example, but when I get out of here, I have a story to tell, and I'm going to try to do everything I can to protect the children, because that's what's happening. Kids are being horribly abused. Kids are being horribly abused. The threat of further harm is evident from the fact that Hildebrandt has continued her racketeering behavior even after legal proceedings exposing her sadistic criminal behavior. Specifically, and upon information and belief, after Jesse reported Hildebrandt to the police, Hildebrandt engaged in professional and ethical violations related to Steed. Additionally, and upon information and belief, after being disciplined by DOPL for her professional and ethical violations related to Steed, Hildebrandt violated Bateman's confidentiality rights. Upon information and belief, after being sued by Bateman, Hildebrandt tortured victims 1 and 2. Hildebrandt's lack of remorse, promising to tell her story, continued. Representations that any prosecution against her is unjust, and her previous refusal to discontinue her criminal behavior after legal proceedings demonstrates that she presents a substantial risk of continuing the enterprise and her racketeering behavior upon her release from prison. Upon information and belief, the lack of therapy license will not prevent Hildebrandt from engaging in future criminal conduct. Okay, Hildebrandt claimed she was not using her therapy license, but rather life coaching, the individual training form, which Hildebrandt required patients and clients to sign before receiving services from Hildebrandt, and the enterprise states this is not psychotherapy. This is not therapy, and no therapist-patient relationship is created. The disclosure contradicts Hildebrandt's regular advertising of her therapy degree through Connections websites. Hildebrandt used this life coach loophole to avoid the ethical and privacy responsibilities applicable to therapists. Now, upon information and belief, she will similarly do so upon her release from prison. Franke is also likely to continue in her racketeering behavior upon release. Franke used her sentencing hearing to shield Botcher and Botcher's husband from responsibility for the criminal involvement, stating, "My dear friends Pam and Roy, I'm so sorry for letting you down. Because of your association with me, your innocence was called into question. Additionally, all of Enterprise's social media pages are currently active, with the exception of the Connections YouTube page. Furthermore, key members of the Enterprise have not faced criminal liability or prosecution for their racketeering behavior, and as such, they will continue engaging in criminal acts in furtherance of the enterprise. Similarly, Savage and other similarly situated individuals who likewise further the objectives of the enterprise against its victims will continue their racketeering behavior in the future. Even after Hildebrandt and Franke's conviction, Savage refuses to denounce Hildebrandt or the enterprise, demonstrating that Savage will continue her allegiance to Hildebrandt and membership by the enterprise. Additional facts showing Franke's involvement in the enterprise. Upon information and belief, Franke is and has been central to the enterprise. Upon information and belief, the Connections Classroom website was active until February 20th of 2024. The day of Franke and Hildebrandt's sentencing. When the site was active, Hildebrandt was listed as Connections Classroom's founder. At the time, Connections Classroom website listed only 2 other individuals, Franke and Botcher. The website described Franke as a certified mental fitness trainer with Connections. She is a wife and mother to 6 wonderful children. She provides content on Connections, social media platforms, and podcasts. The focus on empowering parents and children to live in truth. Prior to her involvement in leadership in the enterprise, Franke was a successful YouTuber. Franke and her now estranged husband Kevin ran a family vlog channel that at its peak had over 2 million subscribers on YouTube. In 2023, Franke deleted the channel after posting videos depicting her abusing her children on the channel. Upon information and belief, Franke became involved with the enterprise in or about late 2018 and early 2019. About late 2018 or 2019, Franke Hildebrandt entered into an agreement whereby Franke would engage in the racketeering activities identified herein. Franke's agreement to engage in the racketeering activities herein demonstrated by her engagement in those acts and the steps identified herein whereby Franke took steps to obtain a leadership position. Specifically, and upon information and belief, Hildebrandt, seeing Franke's audience on YouTube, attempted to exploit Franke's fame to exponentially expand the enterprise and thus the enterprise's fraudulent gain through the advertisement of Connections fraudulent services. For example, Franke converted her previous Instagram account associated with her successful YouTube channel 8 Passengers into the Moms of Truth Instagram account and began solely posting material related to the enterprise. Upon information and belief, soon after joining the enterprise, Franke became Hildebrandt's second in command. As identified on the Connections Classroom business team page, Franke oversaw and directed Connections Classroom social media presence. Okay, let's see. Franke and Hildebrandt were the primary individuals to appear on the Connections YouTube page and videos, which furthered the enterprise's fraudulent scheme and advertised Hildebrandt's claims and used interstate wires to lure additional victims of enterprise through Connections after demonstrating that she had full knowledge of the purpose and objectives of the enterprise. Upon information and belief, Franke intended to and did in fact exert control over the enterprise by acting as Hildebrandt's second in command, coordinating, directing, orchestrating, and executing numerous acts of wire fraud and forced labor on behalf of the enterprise and in furtherance of its objectives, and by directing the affairs of the enterprise through the Connections business for the financial benefit of the enterprise. Shortly after Franke and Hildebrandt's arrest for aggravated child abuse, YouTube terminated the Connections page for violating YouTube's creator responsibility guidelines. Franke and Hildebrandt are the primary individuals who appear on the Connections Coaching Instagram page, which similarly furthered the enterprise's fraudulent scheme via interstate wires through Connections. The page remains active. Upon information and belief, Franke and Hildebrandt ran the Moms of Truth Instagram page, another key method through which they further the enterprise's fraudulent scheme by luring additional victims to the enterprise. This page is also active. Upon information and belief, Franke and Hildebrandt ran the Moms of Truth private Facebook group, yet another principal way through which they furthered the enterprise's fraudulent scheme by luring additional victims to the enterprise. This group has a particularly large reach, with approximately 12,800 members as of January 17, 2025. Oh my goodness. So now, Hildebrandt, Franke, and the Connections Facebook account are the administrators of this group. The page also remains active. Franke and Hildebrandt run and host the Connections podcast. Each episode of the Connections podcast features either Hildebrandt or Franke speaking alone. Another means by which they further the enterprise's fraudulent scheme is by luring additional victims to the enterprise. Upon information and belief, Franke started hosting the Connections podcast on or about November 25th. Upon information and belief, Franke and Hildebrandt typically alternated hosting podcast episodes. Upon information and belief, Franke hosted the Connections podcast 61 times. Upon information and belief, Hildebrandt posted the podcasts on at least 4 websites: the Connections website, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and a site called Acast. Upon information and belief, Connections also has many other social media accounts, including Facebook, Pinterest, and LinkedIn. all of which remain active. Per the Connections business team page, Franke leads and directs these pages. Franke was also central in furthering the Hildebrandt enterprise by speaking on various enterprise Zoom panels and the enterprise men's, women's, and couples retreat. Franke appears on enterprise Zoom panels of at least 15 times. She also delivers addresses at enterprise conferences of at least the following dates: August 28th and 29th, 2020, January 15th and 16th, 2021, and September 24th and 25th of 2021. Upon information and belief, she delivered addresses at every Connections conference held after 2020. Botchner's involvement in the enterprise. Botchner has attempted to conceal her involvement in the enterprise, but she is in fact integral to it. Since Hildebrandt and Franke's arrest, guilty pleas, and sentencing, Botchner's central role in the enterprise has come to light. In addition to the facts set forth in the paragraphs 412, 414, 447 through 449, and 458 and 456 herein, Botchner has been involved in the enterprise in the following ways. Under the Connections website, until the Connections website was deactivated, Botchner was identified as the president of Connections Foundation, and the Connections business team page has been identified on such as at least August 2020, one of the earliest iterations of the page. Upon information and belief, Jesse Hildebrandt told the media that Botchner was deeply involved with Hildebrandt's behavior, including that she was one of the first people that was constantly surveilling the surveillance of reporting back to Jodi, that Botchner was always at Hildebrandt's house, and that Botchner was Jodi's best friend. Botchner's close relationship with Franke within the enterprise is demonstrated by Botchner visiting the Ivins residence during the time that Franke and Hildebrandt were actively torturing victims 1 and 2 on the premises. Additionally, Botchner picked up J&A when Franke and Hildebrandt were arrested for abusing victims 1 and 2. Botchner later told police that she received a call from Ruby Franke, who told her that she had a family emergency and asked if Botchner could pick up the kids. Botchner's involvement in and support of the torture of victims 1 and 2 is further seen when officers execute a warrant to detain Botchner to locate and rescue J&A. Upon information and belief, when law enforcement came to Botchner's residence and inquired about J&A, Botchner's husband did not want to allow law enforcement to see the children and instead wanted to have J&A tell officers from behind a door that they were okay, indicating that Botchner and her husband did not want law enforcement to observe the children when Botchner and her husband were forcing them to work at Botchner's residence. The media reported back that Kevin Franke's attorney stated that Botchner frequently attended Connections trips with Hildebrandt and Franke. As explained above, Botchner also actively furthered the enterprise by teaching Connections classes via interstate wires and at Connections conferences, and by laundering money for Hildebrandt's and the enterprise through the Connections Foundation and Botchner's personal accounts. Plaintiff's damages. Plaintiff has incurred damage to his business or property, specifically his business relationships, his economic prospects, and his personal property as a direct result of the defendant's racketeering activities. After graduating college in 2016, the plaintiff was scheduled to begin his first full-time employment position on September 26th of 2016. The plaintiff was scheduled to begin work the week after Savage denied the plaintiff access to the child in a direct implementation of Hildebrandt's methodology, and upon information and belief of Hildebrandt's instruction. To protect his relationship with and regain access, plaintiff was forced to travel from Utah to Arizona to receive help from his family to regain his access to his child, and was therefore unable to begin his employment on his scheduled start date. On Sunday, September 25th, 2016, the plaintiff emailed his new employer informing him that he would be unable to start as planned due to Savage's unlawful actions. The plaintiff's employment allowed him to begin work and the training program for the very next group of employees beginning his same position on or about January 9th of 2017 as a result, with an annual salary of $40,000 at the time, plaintiff lost 3 months of employment earnings, a total of $10,000. The enterprise is directly responsible for causing the divorce between the plaintiff and Savage, and this is directly responsible for the subsequent custody proceedings. The enterprise is directly responsible for the plaintiff's custody proceedings because Savage implemented the enterprise's tactics and Hildebrandt's methodology to unlawfully restrict the plaintiff's access, which directly necessitated his filings for divorce. The enterprise is directly responsible for the delay in the plaintiff's domestic proceedings because Savage implemented the enterprise tactics and Hildebrandt's methodology to unlawfully restrict the plaintiff's access to the child and implement delay tactics to effectuate familial separation. As a direct result of Savage's implementation of the enterprise tactics and Hildebrandt's methodology to force a delay in the plaintiff and Savage's domestic proceedings, plaintiff lost his job in 2020 while the domestic trial was taking place. As a result of the plaintiff's employment termination, plaintiff incurred damage to his business in the form of lost earning potential because he was forced to take a job that paid the plaintiff less than half of what he had been earning. Plaintiff's earning potential did not recover until 2023, resulting in $90,000 of lost wages between 2020 and 2023. Plaintiff has been forced to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees to protect himself, his reputation, and his relationship. Since 2022 alone, the plaintiff has incurred at least $105,000 in domestic attorney fees. Plaintiff also incurred damage to his property when he was married to Savage. When Savage began associating with the enterprise, plaintiff and Savage were financially reliant solely on the plaintiff's income. As detailed in paragraph 203, Savage spent approximately $5,000 of the plaintiff's income on services through connections, which directly benefited the enterprise while the parties were married. Plaintiff repeatedly objected to Savage's contribution of funds to enterprise through connections. As detailed in paragraphs 277 to 322, Savage committed aggravated child abuse numerous times against the child. As a direct result, Savage's implementation of Hildebrandt's methodology of physical abuse and torture of children to bring them into Hildebrandt's truth. Plaintiff incurred damage to his property as a direct result of this fraudulent scheme and Hildebrandt's methodology through the payment for emergency medical services to treat physical injuries caused by Savage's implementation of the Hildebrandt methodology of abuse against the child. Plaintiff has incurred approximately $2,000 in medical costs for treatment of injuries the child sustained in a direct result of Savage's abuse of the child and the implementation of the Hildebrandt methodology. Oh my goodness. Plaintiff also incurred monetary damages in the form of lost wages resulting from attending his custody child. As explained herein, the enterprise is directly responsible for plaintiff's domestic proceedings. Plaintiff and Savage's domestic trial was 10 days. At the time, plaintiff was earning $94,283 per year. Accordingly, plaintiff suffered approximately $3,770 in lost wages during the custody trial as a direct result of the defendant's criminal racketeering activity. The plaintiff has incurred and currently incurs damage to his business and property through his lost earning potential. Plaintiff has suffered and currently suffers in his earning potential as a direct result of defendant's racketeering activity. At or around the time Savage began her involvement in enterprise, plaintiff has been accepted to multiple prestigious law schools, including the University of Chicago, the University of Michigan, and the University of Virginia. To date, the plaintiff has been unable to attend law school. You know what, plaintiff? I'm sorry. Okay? You were accepted to prestigious law schools, but you allowed your wife to manipulate you the way you are. I don't think you're a lawyer candidate, okay? I don't think that's the right career for you, okay? Sorry, hate to tell you that. And the way you just give up and say you couldn't do this or that or the other thing because of this, come on. To date, the plaintiff has been unable to attend law school as a direct result of the time and money he has been forced to spend both defending himself in domestic proceedings and protecting his daughter. How are you protecting your daughter when you're in Arizona and your daughter's up there in Utah? Come on. And money he has been forced to spend both defending himself in domestic proceedings and protecting his daughter from Savage's implementation of Hildebrandt's methodology and furtherance of the enterprise. I don't even understand this. Why don't they just call the police? This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. Unbelievable. You just asked for me? I want to bring something up about Pam regarding Shari, but not quite sure of the outcome, and was hoping you might know. Wait. It's just me knows about Pam? She's gone. But ain't done. SMH paint. I'm going to get into Pam in a minute. Accounting for the wages the plaintiff already has earned, the time it would have taken to complete law school, and assuming the medium wage. Oh my gosh, come on! You couldn't even stand up to your wife. You're not going to be some big lawyer, okay? Yeah, believe me. Oh wow, this is crazy. He's already got himself graduating law school, having a successful practice, and he's lost $1 million as a result. Yeah, come on. This guy, please. Plaintiff incorporates by reference and realleges paragraph Plaintiff is a person within the meaning. Each defendant is a person. Blah 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 blah. Cares. Plaintiff incorporate. What do you want? Cut to the chase. I don't want to hear how you could have been a contender. I could have been in the Olympics. I could have done the pole vault. I could have been a champion figure skater. You weren't. You're not. I really don't think you were a candidate for that type of position. I don't think you're attorney material. I don't think you're a go-getter. I don't think you are, okay? Sorry. The stuff you agreed to, the stuff you fell for, you were already in a cult and going into another cult. Come on. Call a spade a spade. This guy had no backbone. Zero. You remember when he went back and she fooled him again? Okay. Let's see, fourth claim for relief. The plaintiff incorporates I want relief. Fifth claim for relief. Punitive damages. Plaintiff seeks an award of exemplary punitive damages in an amount not less than $5 million. Because he could have been a lawyer. Okay? Oh my gosh. This is crazy. Injunctive relief. Let's see what he's got. Oh boy. On all claims for relief. For general damages, according to proof at trial, for the preliminary injunctive relief described above, for such other legal and equitable relief as the court may appropriate. For general damages, according to proof at trial, in an amount no less than $2,250,000 for each claim. He could have been a lawyer, darn it. He could have been a lawyer. He could have been a lawyer. This is crazy. You could have been a lawyer. You couldn't even stand up to your wife. Oh my goodness. You're thinking of a snack? Please. Okay, so let's look up some of these players, right? Let's look up some of these players. All right, let's see here. Oh boy. Pam Botchner charged, they're saying now. Can someone tell me why Pam wasn't charged? She has been charged now. Maybe she made bail, but she's been charged as of 5 days ago. Did you hear that, Scooter? Is that what you wanted to know? Would love to see proof. It says, let's see. She had a direct hand in writing or transcribing the pen papers, probably perhaps even more than Ruby's contributions because of how long Pam and Jodi have been effing with people's minds and spirituality. That's exactly what I understand. I heard back that Pam was higher in connections than Jodi at the time when the officers were speaking to her and her husband. They both knew what was going on. She or her husband didn't know. Do they have children? Let's see. Someone said, I don't think she was charged. Let's see. And there's nothing for her. Let's see. I don't know for certain, but that new lawsuit was filed in federal court, so it would not show up on the state's website. Okay, there is a civil case and nothing in Arizona. That's, oh boy. Okay. She's not been charged. She's not been charged. There's a channel that's, I think, giving out some information that's not true, or they're either people are understanding it to be something it's not. I don't see where she's been charged yet. She's mentioned in this lawsuit, but that doesn't mean she's charged. I'm trying to see if anybody has found any charges on her, and I'm not seeing that there are. Okay, so I'm not seeing that she's charged with it. I'm going to look at something else right now. I want to go over here and look. Let me see. Okay, so I want to hear something here. Although, confirmed, a lot of people suspect there's never been. Somebody's talking about Shari in that book. I wonder if they. Okay, so really nothing about that. All right. There should be a, they think there's going to be a case on that curious case of on Jodi Hildebrandt. That's on HBO next week. Let's see. Was Ruby and the entire family still attending church services once Kevin left? Like, I already went to that already. Mormon mentality. I don't know. So this Moms of Truth page, who's on there? Are you in that group, Scooter? Did you join that group? And see what they have in there? I don't know. Did you join it or not? And what's going on with her sisters? And what are they going to get out? What was their term ever? That was the craziest thing. Who's... Okay, let me see here. Stanley. What is the squinty eyes? Squinty eyes. I don't understand how Kevin isn't charged at all. And I do want to watch the Lifetime documentary, even though I just want to watch it. I don't care. Sherry's book and the church. Okay, wait a minute. So wait, let me see something. Oh, this maybe is the same thing that I'm saying. Someone said they just finished reading Sherry's book, and it was a great read. She's a talented writer, got her story across, but there's something bugging. I finished, and I just want to talk about it. The Mormon Church is just as big, if not bigger, a villain in her book than Ruby, and she doesn't even realize it. It's crazy because she's very intelligent and literally wrote the book herself, as well as lived the events, but every single bad thing that's transpired in her individual life, as well as her family's lives, can directly link back to the church. Ruby making it her life's mission to be nothing more than a wife and mother, Ruby having 6 kids when she definitely couldn't handle that many or probably any at all, being pulled out of school, Jodi coming into their lives, the entire Derek situation, Let's see. Literally everything is the fault of the church. I can't possibly begin to understand how she doesn't see it. Also, something that really bothered me is she still feels some responsibility for the Derek situation when she was groomed by a grown married man who saw a vulnerable young girl with no one to turn to. My point is, without the Mormon church, there's no Jodi, no Ruby, no connections, no abuse. Okay, so that's what I said. So, somebody says, as an ex-Mormon, I don't disagree. I can say from my own experience, when I was experienced child abuse myself, I clung to the church. Okay, if you believe in Mormonism, offers a lot of hope. Okay, so this ex-Mormon saying that deconstruction is really complex, heavy, emotional. So she's still in this church. So she's still in part of this cult? Yeah, okay, hold on. Back. Sorry about that. So I'm having a real problem with this because how can she even see clearly? We know what we know about this. We know what we know. You see multiple people who have come out of this and told you exactly what this is and what happens there in the Mormon church. Come on now. Come on now. Please. Deconstruction from a high-demand religion takes time, especially if you're a generational Mormon. It can take people many years. I wish more people saw it as a cult, honestly. This was a well-informed, really. Somebody said there are several videos on YouTube. Sent by Dr. Stephen Hassan. He's an expert on cults, having been recruited into the Moonies in the 70s. The first thing they do is isolate you. They break down your personality, replace it with a radicalized self. They teach you canned responses that become automatic for fending off attacks. They'll say it's demonic, whatever. They install scripts using coercive control, hypnosis techniques, which are easy to spot once you're armed with information about it, tribal brain hacking. The fact that Kevin couldn't even withstand that as a smart man means a child has almost no chance of understanding what has happened to them. This doctor teaches how people talk with a radicalized person without triggering those implanted canned script responses. Deprogramming someone who has been in a cult is not easy. She probably has to figure this out on her own, and it can take decades. In the meantime, she wrote what she could about it. Maybe she'll write another, deeper dive into it in many years. Now, what is this Derek situation? What is this Derek situation, Scooter? I kind of think she does realize it. She's slowly deconstructing, but LDS seems to me, from an outsider's perspective, to be so much more than religious belief. Okay, someone said, wait a second. Ruby did not fall from an apple tree and turned into a peach, as Bonnie wants all the viewers to believe. She idolized her sister Ruby when she was a successful vlogger. But when things turn bad, she's not her sister, but everything she is doing is exactly what Ruby's done. Let's see. She made her apologize. Jennifer, who had her ears pierced with push pins, is quite eerie and disturbing. It was after Bonnie called her mother Jennifer, and that was what Jennifer came up with to console her granddaughter. Now, ever wonder why Sherry did not go to her Griffiths grandparents for help? Wait, what happened? When your child pleaded in tears and in fear, you comfort, not push through. I made her apologize, thinking her fear is a display of naughtiness. And that doll named Jennifer, who had her ears pierced. What do you mean her ears pierced with push pins? A lot of people do that with their dolls. I don't know what she's talking about. Who is Derek? Someone said they finished her book and they wanted her to say that she understood she had been groomed, but the realization didn't happen. Okay, so let's look at something else regarding this. So they do have the Curious Case of Jodi Hildebrandt, which is going to air on February 24th on the ID channel. Let's see, I want to see. Okay, so I'm not sure. Derek. I'm just trying to see here. I don't know. There's something. Oh, here we go. Here's Derek. Something of a father figure to Sherry. Isn't she getting married? Don't tell me that's the guy she's getting married to. All right, let me, please. Hold on a moment, please. I gotta look at this, please. All right, so here, throughout the book, The House of My Mother, Sherry Franke details the decades of abuse she experienced at the hands of her mother and later her business partner. Part of the book also discusses Franke's, now they mean Sherry's, 2-year sexual relationship with a married church official in his 40s named Derek. Is this... Wow. A married church official in his 40s named Derek, which began when she was 18. He made her be intimate with him in order to prepare her for marriage. And this is a church that she's still in. Okay. Oh, boy. Or is she talking about Ruby? Is she talking about, this is not clear whether they're talking about Ruby when she was 18 having this affair with this Derek guy, or are they talking about Sherry? I'll find out myself. Oh, yes, Sherry. Well, okay. She spent the night in her principal's room at a hotel, went to his office and got books from him. What? I don't know. This gets weirder and weirder. This gets weirder and weirder. I don't know. And doesn't this also... I've got so many things I want to say, but I'm not even going to say them. I think they'll all end up coming out. I don't know. What is going on? Debbie... Her Aunt Bonnie made a short review. What'd she say? What'd she say of it? Carolyn, she was searching for help and understanding because of what was happening with her family. What? Scooter. Okay. All right. Scooter. Okay. She didn't know it was a 40-year-old married man? That's what I mean. It's a good book. Read it. I see something's gonna... You know what happens in these cases, Scooter, right? Everybody is all empathetic towards the victim and this and that, and then they turn. You know it, Scooter. You've seen it 1,000 times. Okay? And I can see this happening. And I'm not bashing her. That's not bashing her. I'm saying that I don't understand this. And she's still in that church, which is a cult. This is different. This isn't different. Mark my words, Scooter, this isn't different. This is not different. I'm telling you, this is how it goes. It's her religion. It's not religion, it's a cult. What group, Kevin? It's a cult, and I'm not bashing her. I can question things, and I am questioning. I didn't hear she was with a 40-year-old married man. Well, great. I'm glad you're proud of her, Scooter. That's wonderful. And I'm questioning it. That's not bashing. So don't put words in my mouth because it's not bashing. I'm questioning. The Mormon, ask Painted Black. Painted Black, what do you think? Carolyn, just that she was heartbroken to hear about Sherry, and she has every right to feel as she feels, but she will continue vlogging with her children as long as the kids want to. Yeah, but it's her religion. Okay. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Scary, right? Painted Black? This happens all the time, Scooter, though. Don't you understand? They put somebody so high on a pedestal, and then they're going to knock it down. Because they've already, like, it's just not right. What's not right? What is not right? I'm failing to see what's not right. What's not right? Tell me what's not right, because I need to know what's not right. I don't know what's not right. Carolyn, that was about Bonnie said in her review, not me. Yes, I know. What's not right? I don't know what's not right. What is not right? The boy got away and got help. Yes, yes. What is not right? I'm missing what is not right. It's not right when anybody is abused. Abuse is not right for anyone. Who's arguing that? Nobody's arguing that. Right? Nobody's arguing that. But that doesn't have, you can't fall back on that to explain every single thing. Unfortunately, there's a lot of abused kids. There's a lot of abused people. Lots. But that's not what we're discussing here. I was wondering yesterday, is she still in the Mormon church? And she is. And like these people said, they're surprised she can't see that. That affair, though. Scooter, something can still be wrong even though somebody was abused. She was 18 years old, right? Yes. Did she keep it a secret? Did her mother know? Did she keep it a secret? I'm wondering if she kept it a secret. She didn't keep it a secret. She told her mother she was involved with a 40-year-old married man. She told her family. She brought him to events. She was out in public with it. Derek's wife knew. I'm confused on this one. Are you saying it was not kept a secret? Oh, well, that's what I mean. I'm talking about when it was going on. If it was kept a secret, then she knew that it was wrong. Otherwise, she would have told everyone, right? She knew that there was something wrong about it. And yet, she still remains in that church. Where someone says that she needs to have stuff with him to know about her marriage. How does she not know that that's not okay? So she knew it was wrong. Okay, she knew it was wrong. She fully reported him, finally reported him. Okay. Okay, if this guy on behalf of the church said you need to do this, why didn't she go to someone and say, this doesn't sound right. I'm 18 and I'm supposed to have sex with this guy in order to prepare myself for marriage? Come on, Scooter. Why didn't she go to somebody and run that past them? Hey, this seems weird. Go to the church elder. Go to someone above in the church and say, hey, this guy Derek over here says that is this what's happening to all the 18-year-old girls in the church? Is this what's going on? Started off little by little. I don't get it. I don't get it. Not at all once. Not all at once. I don't get it. Because she wanted to have the affair? Kate, you believe she wanted to have the affair, so she just went with it? Maybe she had no one to talk to. I just think if you're in a church and someone comes to you and says at 18 and you haven't had, and you're saving yourself for marriage, okay? And someone says to you, well, I'm a 40-year-old man, but you need to have sex with me so that I can better prepare you for marriage. I would think you'd be like, whoa, this sounds a little bit weird. And if you're really intent on saving yourself for marriage, why would you not tell someone that? Why would she not tell her father? Why would she not tell someone else in that church? Because they're all in wards in these Mormon groups. They're all in wards, and they go to Bible studies and they go to stuff, and they have a lot of people of their age. Hey, Susie, has this guy over here told you that you need to have sex with him to prepare yourself for marriage? I'm not getting it, Scooter. I really am not. We're not talking about a one-time thing where you're talking about a 2-year relationship? I think she did tell Ruby towards the end. But why towards the end? Like, what? I don't know, Scooter. You take everything at face value and you know how it was about that other case, and I told you, mark my words. And we can question things, Scooter. You can talk. Nobody's bashing. Nobody's bashing. Please don't use those words. Having questions isn't bashing. If I was calling her names, If I was being derogatory and calling her names, that would be bashing. I have not bashed her, and I resent that. So I have questions, just as I have questions of Kevin, why he didn't do the things he needed to do. Not you, Kevin, Franke. I have questions why Kevin didn't step up to the plate. I have questions why these men didn't step up to the plate. I have a lot of questions. And it's okay to have questions. Question everything. I don't just take something at face value. And I'm telling you, you think that everybody is going to say positive, enlightening things and that no one's going to say anything. And that's not the way it works. You know that people attack murdered victims and make Facebook groups about them, Scooter. Okay? If they do that, you don't think there's going to be people that are going to be saying stuff? But I'm not the one bashing. I'm asking some questions. Probably because Ruby is a psychopath and a coward. Kevin wouldn't do anything. Right. Well, I have questions. And you don't have questions. Okay. No, you're the one that came out and said that I was bashing, and that's a lie. I'm not bashing. I have questions. That's not bashing. Cato is not bashing. I'm not bashing. We have questions. That's it. We can have questions. It's not bashing. She wrote a book. She put this out there. When somebody puts all this out there, people are going to dissect it. You know how it works. The way it works. I have to let the dogs in. Be right back. Come on. Come on. Come on. Desi. Get in here. Come on. Come on. It's cold. Oh, it's too cold. I can't stand out there. It's freezing. Oh, you guys, it's too cold. Why do you even have to go out at night? It's too cold. Ugh. No. Oh, that's good job. Thank you for telling. Hold on a minute, guys. I gotta put away. Jimmy left something out over here. Thank you for showing me that, Desi. That's a very good Desi. Very good boy. Oh, I gotta put that away, huh? Gotta put that away. Let me put that away. Let me put that away. Let's put this away in here. I'll be right there, guys. I have to do my wifely duties. Hang on. Oh, you be quiet. Oh, you be quiet. You love to talk, don't you? Don't you, Lulu? You love talking. I can't believe Dad opened this. All right, I'm gonna have to get myself a cup of tea. Ow! Your little nails. Okay, so it's open adult conversation. Yes, please tell her that, Kevin. We're not able to have a different point of view. Okay, you're not bashing. That's right, I'm not. And you have to accept that people are going to have different points of view. And we do not operate in an echo chamber, so I can say it. I'm sorry if this has been answered already. But why didn't the older sister, Sherry, report, and you know what? Pudding, I said the same thing and I got jumped on last night. I said this same thing. And I don't understand. Okay? And maybe I'm missing something, whatever. But I asked the exact same thing, Pudding. And I think there's a lot of people that feel the same way or want to say the same thing, but they're scared. And if the people jump on them like Scooter did on me, we got to be careful. Can't jump on me, Scooter, just because I have a question. I'm going to refresh by looking at the book, and I will be back. Okay, she's going to go refresh herself. But see, I'm confused, it's just me. How did she do it multiple times? And why didn't she just go there? Kevin is responsible. Why didn't he do something like petition the court to see his kids? If she could keep the kids away from that, how they wouldn't be, oh my gosh, it's just so infuriating. Why did these people allow this stuff? This other father, why is he in Arizona and his child's in Utah? And the woman is abusing it. He's saying he's brought the child to the hospital and yet he doesn't have the child? Come on. Really? Thank you. Everyone's opinions are welcome. Yes, and I have a different opinion. And I have questions. That's all. But, listen, if she demanded to see her siblings, why didn't she go to Jodi Hildebrandt's house? Why didn't Kevin go there and demand to see his children? Say, my children are being held here. He had every right to see his children. She can't just take the children. Hey, come here. Yeah, exactly. They need to take some accountability. Yeah, where are these reports? Where are the reports? And who didn't follow up on them? That's what I want to know. Where are the reports? Who didn't follow up on them? Let's hear that. Where could you tell me where I can find that information? Because I just want to look it up. I want to find out how she contacted help. Can you look that up in your book, Scooter, please? I'm going to give you the number. Hold on a moment. I'm going to open up a Zoom and I'm going to let people come up and talk about this. As adults with different opinions, it's okay. But I'm going to open up a Zoom. What are you doing? What are you doing? Looney Tunes? Okay. And if I'm acting a little strange today, it's because I tried that mushroom coffee, that rise. I wanted to tell people in case something happened to me. But just, I don't know, okay? It feels like I'm a little bit hyped up. I took it way earlier today. I did do a lot today. But I don't know. It's feeling like I'm way hyped up. I'll have to see tomorrow and see how it goes, but I don't know. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to open a Zoom and invite Scooter to tell me what it says in regards to that, if she can, or anybody else that wants to come in. It had a different taste. It wasn't awful, but doesn't taste anything like coffee. You could get used to it, I think, if you had benefits from it. I don't know that I have. I don't know yet. It's only my first day. Pretty invigorated. Feel pretty invigorated. Feel like I want to use my weights while I'm sitting here. So I don't know, but I feel like I'm a little bit pumped up. So please take that into consideration. Maybe I should take the calm down one now. Maybe I should take the hot chocolate calm down one. I don't know. I don't know. Let me see. I've got to put the number here. Okay. So okay. Tons of viewers kept reporting or two. Yeah, forget the viewers, okay? You know what? I'm sorry. That's not going to probably work because there's so many freaking trolls. And you see, I had freaking 5 CPS reports in a year, okay? All unfounded. All just to, what are you guys doing? What did you knock down? What are you doing? And I am using my weights right now while I'm talking to you and I'm walking around. Okay, so, yeah, let me move this chair so that I can do this. Okay. I don't know. Let's see if she comes up. Pudding, come on up. Kato, come on up. I need some help up here. Scooter doesn't want us to have any opposing views. It's just me. You want to come up? It seems like you know a lot about this. You want to come up? Hold on a moment, okay? What are you doing? I'm almost done. Ugh. Okay. Hold on. Wow. Hold on, one more. Okay, good. All right. Let me wash my hands. And I'm going to come over there. Let me see. Okay. Let's see. Come on now. Someone go up. Let's go. Who's scared? What do you do with the authorities don't act on the reports made? Now I'm going to go see. So somebody said, I would like to read the book. Oh, you did read the book. Okay, they need to investigate those reports. Let me look it up myself because Scooter won't come up here and talk to me, so I'm going to have to find out the information myself. Okay. Did Shari? Okay. Right, this is back. Let me see. Okay, so neighbors, let's see here. Ruby Franke case. Daughter, neighbors reported child welfare concerns to police. Records show. So let's hear this. Okay. Springfield police records also detail 2 reports of stalking and harassment filed by Ruby Franke in 2020. That's from her. Okay. Earlier that year, on April 16, 2022, a caseworker from DCFS alerted authorities that 2 children were running in a street unsupervised near Franke's Springville home. The caseworker had an officer drive out to the area, but he did not see any children. Okay, so that's the extent of that. One neighbor told authorities that video cameras on their property would show that Franke's car had been gone continuously for 4 days before the welfare check. Another neighbor told police that Ruby Franke's vehicle was at the Hildebrandt's home and that one of the neighbor's friends in St. George saw the car. But they're not reporting. They're reporting maybe that the mother's not home in the house, but they're not reporting the physical abuse right there. Okay? Everyone who came to the scene was very concerned about the children and them being left at home alone, an officer wrote in the report. They expressed great concern about the 2 youngest children being homeschooled while the 2 older ones go to public school, mostly because it shows the children are home by themselves during the day and there isn't a way for them to contact emergency services if needed. Okay, Shari reported to police last September that her sisters and brother had been left home alone for 5 days while her mother visited a friend. Okay, they had been left home alone for 5 days while her mother visited a friend. When officers arrived, the children would not answer the front door, but police could see through the window that the kids were home and on the phone call with someone before they went upstairs out of view. Okay, so they're not talking physical abuse there. So why didn't she report the physical abuse or that her mother took the kids away? Where's the reports about that? Shari, who's a student at Brigham Young University, said in an April podcast that she cut ties with her family last year after they joined Connections. See? And after her mother's arrest, Shari posted a picture of police officers, finally. So, I don't see her reporting the abuse, Scooter, I'm sorry to say. I see her reporting that the children were home by themselves, 4 of them, while the mother went to visit a friend. Why didn't Sherry implicate her father? Why had her father have no responsibility in that? Tell me. I'm going to keep looking because Scooter won't come on and tell me. I don't know. I'm trying to look at this, okay? I'm not seeing, so that's why I'm asking Scooter. I'm not seeing anything besides the thing that the kids were left alone while her mother went to visit a friend. Let me see here. Okay.
Okay, let's see. Ruby Frankie. I don't see, does somebody have something? At 14, Sherry Frankie started her own YouTube channel. But there's a lot of things I don't think I can voice my opinion about here because I don't think that people are ready to hear them. And I don't want Scooter to attack me anymore over my questions. Is that good, Arabica coffee? No, Arabica, no. What? Is that good, Arabica coffee? In rice? I don't know what it is. Hold on. I know firsthand that as an aunt, uncle, you cannot go and take the kids. Yeah, what about Dad? What about Mr. Kevin? What about Mr. Kevin? I understand that PO not taking reports from online viewers, but reports come from Sherry. Not even a welfare check being done. They did a welfare check, but they didn't get let in, and they didn't go in there. But there are welfare checks that were done. I remember that. And at that time, when they were doing it, I don't think that was going on. But why, when she went and she said she just cut off from them, okay? So I don't even think she knew what was going on. I don't know. I don't believe she made reports about abuse. You're not alone in that. I think that she reported that they were home alone. But I don't see this stuff happening. Have anybody reporting that Ruby took the kids out of the home and they were living with Jodi Hildebrandt? I don't think anybody reported that. It's up to the authorities to act on the reports. If you don't act, then what are you supposed to do? I don't know. I just wish somebody would talk to me about this. I'll tell you what's in the coffee, okay? What are you doing? Jasper, you have so much hair on your face. Your sister, I'm not your sister. You're not. You just stop. You can't have this. This is not dog treats. This is coffee. Ow. Hold on. Lulu's jumping on my lap. Hold on a minute. It has, ow, Lulu. I gotta cut your nails, Boogie. Our ingredients, It has organic mushroom blend of cordyceps, reishi, lion's mane, shiitake, turkey tail, and king trumpet. And then it has instant Arabica coffee, organic MCT oil, organic coconut milk. Okay? Okay. That's what it has, MCT oil. Aha. All right. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Lulu's. Ouch, Lulu's. Ouch. Ouch. Too much. Ouch. I gotta bring you
I gotta bring you to the $5 nail clipping. Gotta bring you to the $5 nail clipping, goodie. I'll bring you to the $5 nail clipping, Jonas. What are you doing to your nose? What you doing to that nose? What you do to your nose? How are you gonna go on the dog show? How are you gonna go on the dog show? You're silly. You're silly. And you're sillies too. And you're sillies too, and you're very silly.
You're very silly. You're very silly.
You're sillies. Scooter won't come up here. Imagine that, Lulu? She's scared of mommy's. She's scared of mommy's opinions. She doesn't want to talk us. She doesn't want to talk as us. Right? Why can't we have adult conversations? This is...
Why, Lulus? Why, Lulus? Tell her. Why, Scooters?
What's the matter, Scooters? Okay, did Scooters come back? Sorry. I got some for my dad to try. He loves it. What? The mushroom coffee? You got that? Well, I've got to do... They've sent it to me. You know, and I've got to do my video on it. But we'll see. I'll try it tomorrow. I like to try something to make sure, but I feel like it... I don't know. It says to kickstart it to have 2 cups a day, but I just tried 1 today. I'll try 2 tomorrow. I'll try 1 in the morning and in the afternoon. We'll see. But Scooter does, maybe she didn't know the extent of the abuse. Maybe not. Maybe not. Or how bad things got. Maybe that's part of the reason. Right. More reports were not made. Exactly, Pudding. No one's bashing her, but people have questions. People have questions about Kevin. And I hold more responsibility on Kevin. Not this Kevin. Kevin Franke. And I think that he should have done more. Why didn't he want to see his children? Why did he just let his children be gone? Right? Right. Did you say you want to come up? It's me. It's just me. Let me know. My dogs kind of have... I know, you guys are so... Everybody needs to be able... I know. Is a coward. Yeah, he is. And doesn't even care about seeing his kids. His son, 12 years old, when he should definitely be an influence in his son's life. He doesn't even know where his son is, or that his wife just went off with him and he hasn't seen his kids in months and months and months. Is he even calling them? No. Is he missing birthdays and everything? Yeah. Is he missing entire summers? No vacations, no nothing. They have money. They could go anywhere they want to go. Where was he when his kid was sleeping on a beanbag? Okay? All because he played a prank on his brother. That's a little bit excessive, over the top, and ridiculous. I'm sorry that, listen. When I said there was something going on with the Sophie Long case, Scooter told me no. No. You know, and I said, you mark my words, Scooter. I'm saying what people aren't saying yet. And I was right. Walking barefoot in the desert, in the heat. Yeah, oh yeah, no sunscreen. Holding them underwater in the pool, like trying to drown them. Yeah, great. Great stuff. Great stuff. Great stuff. No thank you, Carolyn. I have never been on YouTube. Okay. All right. Sure. Sure, sure. Sure, sure. I'm sure. Sure. Sure, sure. I've got to get the grooming table in here and groom you guys. You guys need a haircut. I don't think Sherry knew anything about what was going on in Utah. Utah, not Idaho. Utah. They had him believing he deserved all that pain and suffering. Yep, very nice, right? Very nice. So Scooter's scared and she's not going to come on. Scooter said she was going to refresh her memory. It's okay. I'll go ahead and look at it. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh, your little ears are so nice and warm. Your little ears are so nice and warm. Oh, roses. Oh, roses. Scooter, where are you? You're going to refresh your memory, remember? I guess she didn't find it. I guess she didn't find it. It's okay, Scooter. I don't think she's fallen asleep, Murder of Crows. I think she doesn't want to discuss it anymore. She gets like that. She's very stubborn, and she's always got to be right. Believe me, I know. All right, let's see here something. Let's see what else we can see. Where are these kids now? Who has custody of these kids now? I want to know that. And isn't this son an adult too? Isn't this son an adult as well? Okay, so that's the son and the daughter are angry about Bonnie, is that her sister, earning commissions from Sherry's book. How is she earning commissions? What does they mean, commissions? What are they talking about, commissions? What commissions is she earning? I'm lost. Let me see. What does she mean, commissions? She isn't making much, then it would be easy, no? What commissions is she making? Okay. Fun fact about Amazon. Oh, they're talking about Amazon. She put her Amazon affiliate link for the book. Is that what you're saying? If someone clicks her link, even to look, but then does, Bonnie will get commission. Okay, she put out an Amazon affiliate link, which is like literally pennies. And that's not taking away, that's a part of Amazon. Amazon gives it, that doesn't even make sense there. I'm sorry. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Okay, so let me see here. I'm looking this up and see if I see something. Hold on a minute, I want to read this now. Someone said, I don't know. Who posted this? This is my thoughts on Sherry's book. Is that her sister Bonnie? Kind of looks like her. Let me see. She only praised Sherry for a minute, and the rest of it was defending her family and reasons for why she will continue vlogging her kids. She doesn't allow them to have social media for safety reasons, but showcasing private moments on the internet is okay. Let's see. Even if Sherry isn't speaking to her, she could go old school and send a lesson. Okay. Her and Sherry don't speak. Okay. All right, so nobody wants to come up and have an adult conversation. That's okay. Scooter doesn't want to come up and have an adult conversation. That's okay. That's okay. I'll just have an adult conversation with myself here. What kind of doggos do you have? I have 2 Scottish Terriers, black, and a West Highland Terrier. Okay. Scooter's right, is right in her opinion, as you are in yours. And look at little Lighty, the diplomat there. Yes, we're all right in our opinions. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. Heart? What's going on? Does Heart have the answers here? I don't know that she does. We'll see. Hello.
Hey,
Hey.
I felt bad about you being up there by yourself.
Oh, that's okay. When somebody, the Scooter said she went back to read the book and she hasn't come on.
She's still
I'm
reading.
going to message her again and see what she's doing because she said she was going to go refresh her memory.
Yeah. I don't know a whole lot other than like what I've read in articles and of course everything we watched and we watched a lot. And I saw, a couple of Sherry's interviews in the past and some blurbs talking about her, writing the book and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I did put in chat, I wonder what would have happened if someone had reported that Ruby had taken the youngest 2 children and gone to Jodi's to live. What would they have done, I wonder, Would they have done anything? Would they have been like, okay, and what do you want us to do, Because, I've seen plenty of videos where they're like, well, we're sorry, but we can't, unless there's a crime committed, she's their mom or he's their dad or,
Right.
maybe they would have put it on a welfare check.
Well, they did a welfare check, but not on just about the neighbors all saying that she left them alone. It was all at one time period.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Doesn't make any
It would have been nice if there had been some intervention then, I wonder why there wasn't. I mean, is it because they lived in a nice neighborhood and a nice house and they're like, oh, it's fine, she's leaving her kids alone? I mean, I don't know if they looked at their ages and decided it was okay, or because I don't know what the laws are there. I thought the child had to be 11. And I don't think
And
they
in
were
New
all
York, it's
11 or
13. You can't leave your kids alone.
Well,
Every
here-
state is different, I think.
Here it's 11, for, I can't remember how many hours, but like, a child can come home from school and, be home from school for like a few hours, if they're 11 and up.
I don't know.
I wouldn't be comfortable with that, but, personally. But, yeah. I only know that because I was watching a little boy who went to the same school as my son for a couple of years after school until his dad got off work. And then when he turned 11, he just had him take the bus home and wait for him there, for the couple of hours before he got home from work, because he could legally be home. I still thought he should just let him come to my house. I wasn't charging anything, just because, probably was wasn't great for him to be at home by himself, instead of at my house having snacks and playing with an Xbox.
Let me see here.
Stays with me, he got his homework done. So, are you planning on reading the book?
I don't know. I don't really think so. But
Yeah. I'm a little curious about what she says. About if there's anything in there that we haven't heard about, like the family dynamic and stuff that we didn't know because it didn't make it on camera. Anything important? It was you could kind of guesstimate to yourself like what she was like off camera, but what she was like on camera.
yeah, I'm just reading some of her quotes from the book. Motherhood.
I remember one thing that was played over and over whenever we were watching old videos was one that always made me really mad when the poor little girl,
Who got her lunch?
yeah, and she wouldn't take her lunch. Oh, it made me so mad. Like she's fine, but she's hungry. Don't be a monster. And why is a 5-year-old in charge of their own lunch? I understand teach kids responsibility, but
Here it says Kevin Franke accused Sherry Franke of burglary after she cooperated with Springfield police. Hold on a minute. And authorized a search of Ruby Franke's home. Okay, that's after that. Let's see. Her two youngest kids were found first.
they took a bunch of stuff into evidence that he wanted back, but I don't know why he accused her of burglary. It's ridiculous. I know she had cut off ties with the family. I don't know if there's some bad, some friction there already, and I was really surprised when he did that.
Hold on. The girls were eventually found with the woman who stopped by the recreational center. Okay, that was Pam Boucher. So they're talking about the older
Right.
kids. But they didn't want to go with Sherry. After picking up one girl from the center and another from a different location, the employee took the girls out to lunch and ice cream. She told police that she had no idea the authorities had been looking for the girls and didn't know what was going on. An officer at DCFS worker then spoke with the two girls on the employee's front porch, and the DCF worker initially told them that they would be taken to stay with their sister, Sherry Franke, but the girls told the authority that they didn't want to go with Sherry and instead preferred to stay with the employee. The only other options were to either stay with Sherry or stay with a foster family.
At the time,
But they just said something else in that other article.
Sherry took ties with the family they made. I think that the parents, or at least the mother, for sure, said that she was, bad and evil and wicked, and they thought she'd be mad at them, If they went to Sherry, with Sherry, and you sure didn't want her to be mad at you, I would not be mad at me. You know what I mean? I think they were very scared of, going against anything one of their parents said. Especially the mother. I remember watching
Oh, there.
them sitting there.
What about pudding? Little lady, do you still like me? Wait, what's going on now? Hold on a minute.
Let's put that.
Uh-oh. Yes, it's the same live. We've been waiting for you, Scooter. You said you were going to go check your book and tell me about all the reports. Little lady, do you still like me? What about pudding?
Who's asking that?
That's Scooter. She's asking if they still like her because she was so mean to me. She's coming up now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because she was so angry at me and yelling at me and saying I was bashing when I was just asking a question.
She wasn't yelling.
Yeah, she said, stop, I don't like you bashing. And I wasn't bashing, I was just asking a question.
It was her perception. She said she was sorry.
She was living in distortion. She's totally living in distortion. I can't handle it. Yeah.
I think she likes Sherry. She feels that Sherry did try to protect them, I think she did. From the, maybe not perfectly, but from the things that I read when she was coming out with the book, like a couple little articles, she mentioned, she tried to, for years, make sure they did what they needed to do so they wouldn't get in trouble, getting them up for school, getting them dressed, making sure they were on time to leave, and, she kind of was a little mother. Waking them up and stuff. Doing all that. Because Ruby would just be like, oh, you forgot your backpack, cookies, Oh, you didn't wake all the time? I guess you can't go to kindergarten today. Remember that was one of the things she did? She wouldn't let a little girl go to kindergarten. She woke up late. Isn't that mean?
Yeah, she's mean.
You can imagine.
Oh, there she is.
There she is.
Oh, wait, am I on camera?
Yes.
Yeah, a little
And you should put your clothes on because it's really bad that you don't have them on.
Wait, I need to turn it around. Okay, hold on. Is it? I was trying to put it to the Christmas tree.
Christmas tree.
Is that the tree?
Oh, yeah.
Where's the tree? It's dark.
I see it. I see the
It's
tree.
not lit up. But
Right.
I like that color green you have in there.
That's not her house.
My dad's.
Oh, well, I like his color green.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn you guys down a little bit. Even though he has his TV on in his room, and this TV is usually blaring. Then my brother's TV is on in his room. They sleep with everything on. Okay. Yeah, because all I had is my phone here, so it's hard for me to look stuff up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I probably shouldn't have said passion, but it just, your tone and everything.
My tone? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but I'm sorry I said it that way. I shouldn't have.
Yeah.
And it just felt like everybody, like everybody was turned on me.
Oh my God.
Like putting in little lady and
Oh my goodness.
I understand how you feel.
It's a little
I'm
bit
not
extreme.
sensitive like that
It's a
too,
little
and
extreme.
Yeah. If I say something and it was
It's a
like,
little
no,
bit of a drama
I'm like,
queen.
I know I am.
Yeah.
It's just very emotional right now.
What about me,
And
Scooter?
Hey,
What about what about me, little lady?
And Carolyn,
Do you love me too? Yeah.
If I can't get upset with you, a friend, and have you understand, who can I get upset with?
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know. All that stuff. And if you watch every time I put something on YouTube, listen to if this happens to you. If I go to sleep listening to something, do you know what I wake up to every single time?
What?
Some guy, I don't even know who it is, but he does like all the Mormon podcasts, like Leaving Mormonism.
Oh, I know who you're talking. Yeah.
And I don't know who it is, but I hear it like it's like you can't even shut it off. I'm like, wait a second, what is that? And all I hear is bits and pieces of this and how horrendous it is, right? And they
Is his
finally
name John something?
I don't even know his name. I just know I wake up to it. It's always on that, and I'm like, oh my gosh! And they're like, we're talking with so and so who left Mormon, and this is. So how doesn't she realize that she's still in a cult?
Because she was raised in Mormonism.
Yeah,
right. I mean, for them, it's just
any
like
religion.
any church.
But there's so much more awareness about it.
Well, it doesn't matter though.
It's so different when you're in it. Like,
Thank you, little lady.
I was
I love
going
you
into
too.
a church and always gone to that church, and everybody I know goes to that church, and it's just you're so immersed in it, you can't.
I'm going to get into the YouTube part.
Pudding says, I'm sorry, but because she acted like a little mother to them growing up makes me have even more questions why she couldn't get help sooner. And she says she just cut them off when she found out they were in connections.
She cut off her hair.
And then how come nobody did anything when she took them to over to Jodi? She took 4 kids over
guys,
there.
I'm trying to shut this off on YouTube on my phone. How do I do it?
I don't know.
I could be wrong about that, but pretty sure I read that in an article that.
Yeah.
What about me, Pudding? What about me? Am I a star? Do you love me too?
So competitive.
Pudding? What about me?
Carolyn.
What about me?
What's going on?
I'm watching on YouTube to get the chat.
Yeah?
But I can't get the sound off on my phone.
Oh, come on. Just stop your video. Just stop your video. If you stop your video, the chat will still keep rolling. Just push stop.
Okay, hold on. You're right. Okay. Wait. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, guys. Dang it. Can I hear you now?
Yeah. Yes?
Okay.
All right. Pudding. Stop. Putting fish and fries in. Okay. Somebody else was just putting fish and fries in. It's just me. They've never been on YouTube.
Puddin', do you like me still?
She said that. She said, I'm sorry, Scooter. I never intended to make you feel that way. You know you're a star and I love you. And then I said, what about me? And she just put Carolyn LOL.
Okay, you know what? I wonder. Okay, since I'm here in chat, I can't pull her book up.
It's 3:33.
But yes, I felt the same way, Puddin'. Exactly, I felt the same way. And a lot of that she had to do
I'm not a starter
because of the way she was treated. A lot of that she had to act that way because of the way she was treated. Her mom started abusing her as a tiny little kid. Hi, Heart. I didn't say that. Hi to you when we got.
Debbie.
Hi. I know, Puddin'. I mean, I thought she was such a little Miss Goody Two Shoes, and she was. Honestly, I didn't like her that much in the videos.
A lot of people
She
didn't
didn't
like
really
her. They
have a
said.
choice. She had to be Miss Goody Two Shoes, right?
Yeah.
Or are you
And her
gonna get
dad
the
was
man?
always the one that was her hero, and she loved him because he was always more laid back. And
Who?
Kevin, before
Dad
he turned on her.
more laid back when they were growing up.
Thank you. It's just me, but
Not
putting
just
his name come
Hungarian.
through on that one.
Yeah. Okay, little lady. All of a sudden, though, I just felt like everybody in here hated me and was just waiting for that moment.
Oh, Debbie.
Oh my goodness, now we're really being a drama queen. It was 2 people. Oh, 3 with Kato. But
Oh, who was the third one?
Kato.
Oh, y'all
Kato.
piled on her? Oh, did you?
Yes.
But I felt like they agreed with me a little bit. Like I felt like I was being ganged up on.
You felt like, but you said you felt like they agreed with you.
yeah, with that, yeah, because until then, I felt like I was being ganged up on.
You?
Yeah, well, Scooter just kept yelling at me.
Well,
I
that's
was
not a
yelling
gang.
at
That's
you.
one person.
Well, but it felt like a gang up. I don't know.
No, I wasn't yelling. I was just trying to get
Who
my
pudding?
point across.
Who
Nobody
is?
was.
I
Nobody
told
But
was
am I a
Pudding
star
yelling.
pudding? But am I a star?
You are the star.
But
Everybody
who?
knows that.
See, that doesn't say my name. That could work for anybody. That could mean Heart. That can mean Scooter. It can mean Kevin.
It means you, Carolyn.
No,
It's
she
me.
didn't put my
It's
name
me.
in,
She
though.
said,
You
"You're
know how
number
I am.
one, Heart." That's
And
for
then
me,
you're gonna
right,
say,
Pudding?
"Oh, Pudding didn't want me to tell you," but she said that's really.
Oh
for
no,
you,
she
Scooter."
wrote, "You know I love you, Carolyn." See?
Where?
All of a sudden, I went into a different zone, and I was like right
I
there,
don't see
like
that.
Sherry's
Where is- I
number
missed
one
that.
person, thinking I've got to stand up for this
Scooter's a
girl.
star.
I don't know why.
Scooter's a
I just
star.
went into a different world all of a sudden, like she
I would
came into my
stand up.
body.
I
What?
would stand up for someone that I believed in, that I thought was, a good person that had done, a good job or, tried their best.
Thank you, Pudding. Okay. All right, Kevin.
Somebody's
Okay,
got to
but
stand
I
up
looked-
for people, yeah.
Okay,
I looked-
Pudding.
The thing I looked
Love
up
you too, Pudding.
real quick on my
Yeah.
phone, though, on my book, Kindle,
Yeah.
was when she was finally had opened her eyes about Jodi,
Right.
and she told about what connections Jodi was going to a bunch of people, the coaches were leaving Jodi. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So Jodi was freaking out, and Ruby was like, "Oh my gosh, we've got to help Jodi. We've got to help her." Blah 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 blah.
Right.
Well, Sherry was thrilled. She was ecstatic, and of course she didn't want to tell her mom at this time, but she was thrilled to death. Well, then, come to find out, just at that time, some guy, she's calling him Derek, that's not his real name, and she doesn't use her underage siblings' names at all, the 4 kids, even though, most people know who they are, but whatever. That's besides the point. But anyway, this guy reaches out to her at the same time. She says he owns a lot of land, and he happened to have lived at one time next to Jodi. He reaches out to her about something and asks, the thing he's reaching out to her about is he would like some help regarding social media something. And so just because he happened to live next to Jodi, oh, he's real high up in the church. That's what it is.
Well, I hate
to
to tell you.
So that's why she decides he offers her this job. So that's why the only reason she took this job. And so that's how that began with
These
him.
people on these forums think they know who he is, and they think he's some kind of family vlogger, and they're like all going to go after him in a pack of wolves.
No, he was very
No.
in the church, very high. And that's how it started.
And
Very innocently on her part.
but how? Okay.
Yeah, so it went on for a couple of years.
So
that's
he
why she
sort of
was getting ready to
manipulated her or
start college.
something.
Yeah, she was just getting ready to start college. And
Yeah,
so, she would pour her heart and soul into it with him. And then, he would listen to her, and it started very innocently, where she would be at work in his office and she would tell him her problems. And, then other days he'd be like, boy, you sure look upset today, Sherry. Let me just give you a quick little massage, on your shoulders. And then some days, she'd be more upset and she'd be sitting there working and starting to cry. He'd be like, come on. And you start giving her a back rub and, then it, get a little more involved and yada, yada, yada. And on and on it went, So, yeah.
Hereditary.
And then it got to be where he became a stalker, okay? She started realizing that he had her on his phone like that. You know how people do, I think it's like probably more or less like that friends and family type. Not friends and family, but you know what I mean?
Oh, she was finding her location and stuff like that?
Yes.
360.
Yeah, something along that area. And when she got to college, he started messaging her. So you haven't been talking to any boys yet or anything, have you? That's before they started doing anything, before they started messing around.
Mm-hmm.
And then once they did start messing around there in his office, she started getting really, really nervous, and feeling guilty. And, first it started out real innocent, like where he was just, one time he told her, you just really need this, Sherry, when she was sitting there shaking and bawling so hard about the latest thing that happened. And he's like, come on, you just need this, come on. And she let him take her blouse off, and he lightly touched her just on her bra, nothing else. And she said in her mind she couldn't believe she was letting him, but that it felt like he was the only one person that really cared. Nobody else wanted to hear her or listen to her. And that's how she was at that point. She was so isolated. Nobody wanted to listen.
Yeah, she was sure scared to tell people. Scared of rejection, scared of her parents getting more angry with her, and she was, young and
then, wait, can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
Also, then about Carolyn, I went to try to find some about her doing things. At one point, she got a call from one of the lawyers, and she had her hopes up so high. There was a team of lawyers. And she got a call, and she was so excited when one of the lawyers called and said the DA had a look at the whole case. And she thought, okay, this is going to be it, This is going to be it. We're finally going to get our wish. We're going to get the kids safe. And she said the DA said, she's like, honey, I'm sorry, but the DA said, no, we don't have enough evidence. Not with everything, even with the police, with the CPS and everything. There's not enough to get the kids out of the home. And she's like, even with them going to be moving the kids away and out of state. And she's like, that's right, honey. They said there's nothing we can do.
So she did try to stop her mom from taking them out of state.
Yes.
Oh, that's really good.
Okay, let me ask you something else, though.
Huh?
What's it going to say when, she's upset about family vlogging, right?
Only when it's kids that are underage.
Okay. Well,
even though
that's,
she says she went along with it.
but that's,
because
but,
she,
okay, but hold on. But that's family vlogging,
mm-hmm,
okay?
mm-hmm,
So she's against anyone family vlogging,
yeah,
okay? But she has written a book
yeah,
and is profiting,
you're right.
right?
Yes.
Okay, so
She said she's going silent after this. And
okay,
she will
So,
never put her children online.
okay,
She is
okay.
engaged. She showed a picture, of her hand or whatnot with her ring on. And she
See,
said
like,
that's it.
there's family vlogging, and it's
I
like
remember.
John and Kate plus 8 reality show, stuff like that, where, or vlogging where these kids are on camera 24/7.
Right.
Or there's
Well,
some
see, you're
times
not
where
like
maybe somebody
you're
takes a picture of their kid. Like, that should be, like, you just, like, we're going to be in Nazi Germany.
you're not like that. Carolyn, your channel's not
No, I'm
like
not
that.
talking about my channel, but I just mean, like, anything. So, like, if somebody wants to post something really cute of their grandkid and they want to do it,
Oh yeah. That's
why
fine.
can't they post
Well,
it?
that's
Like,
not family vlogging.
but like,
Yeah.
oh no, you cannot post that. Like,
No,
that should be up to people what they want to
it should
do.
be.
And yeah, if you're working your kids, like John and Kate plus 8, or you're having the whole channel where your kids don't want to be there and they're being roped into it, and it's like that, yeah, that's a different story. Okay, maybe they have to go under then child actor laws, or I don't know.
Yeah.
But I just think now it's like, oh, I don't know. We're getting so.
They're not going to outlaw family vlogging, are they? I don't think so.
I think it's
It's
like
just,
too many people want to regulate everything. And it's like, okay, if you're having child actors and it's, then maybe let them join SAG and let them, whatever. But
yeah. I can understand Sherry's point of view because of what she experienced and what she's, saw in her home. And
oh, I don't think the
but
24/7 stuff is, little lady. Look at that. It's like too much. It's especially talking about like crazy things like getting their period or something on camera that's just gross and too personal, and it's
And that's that's what mom would do all that stuff.
yeah, and some kids are being forced. It's not cool when they're being forced.
And that's what she said, her
but you
mom was
like watching those big family vlogs.
I used to. Yeah, I used to. It just depended on what the family was like. That's all. Just depended on how different they were, if they were interesting at all.
I don't think there's anything wrong with family vlogs as long as everybody's having a good time. They want to do it,
Yeah.
Everything is not like a cookie cutter. You can just say, if your child endangerment, like that lady that was abusing the kids, the one that was adopting the kids, and then she was abusing them, well, that's a totally different story. That's abuse. But I mean,
Yep. But her book is very interesting. It really is. I just thought it was going to be some little goody two shoes book. I really did. I thought, I don't know, but I'm going to buy it anyway. What the heck? So I did. I was very surprised. Very surprised. She was very candid in it, and she takes responsibility for so much. She really does. And I'll tell you what, if Russell didn't get out of that house, those kids would have ended up dead.
Oh
Wherever
yeah,
were
they
going.
definitely would have been
It
dead.
seems like it. It certainly seems like it. It's scary.
Who has them now?
They're still in foster care, it sounds like, according to her book.
Yeah.
I don't think they've been
Kevin doesn't
reunited.
have them, does he?
No.
Not yet. And according to Sherry,
Right,
Kevin
little lady. Yeah,
will
that's terrible.
Kevin will never get back with Ruby, according to Sherry. Even though she's not, calling him dad, he's not her hero anymore. Rightly so.
I don't know. All those men in that that believe that confess to having addictions and stuff like that when they don't, and they just start. Come on, there's something wrong. I'm sorry, there's something wrong with those people. It's got to be. It's so much of a cult. Something's wacko, really wacko.
How can they, be convinced that?
I can't imagine coming up to Jimmy. Hey, I just found this lady, and you know what? I'm going to start giving all of her money to her. And she said, you've got some major addictions here. You have to go through a 12-step program. You have to do this or that, or I'm taking the kids. Or you're out of here. Pack your bags. Come on. So dumb.
Yeah, well, part of the reason that was so successful, what did you call them? Like little pods, or what was it? How they each award, yeah. So you have the higher ups in the ward and everything like that. Well, Jodi Hildebrandt was really close with the higher ups in the local Mormon church.
Yeah, that's what
Very
I'm
close.
saying.
She'd been around for a long time.
Recommending
And so
another
when-
cult. One cult was recommending another cult.
Yes, and so, but when like a man wouldn't go along with things, if he was at all tied to the church, or he worked for somebody in the church, or or the university there, she would immediately go to bad mouthing him, talking to people he worked with, trying to take him down. Men feared her, they would see what she did to others, and they felt helpless to fight what she was capable of. And it kind of didn't matter if you went along with it or you didn't go along with it. You kind of got screwed either way,
But you know what they did? Like, they said, oh, you have this thing and that thing. But Jodi Hildebrandt was not an example of somebody that was like, and she, didn't they say she was eating like all the wrong foods, and she had all these foods and she was eating all this stuff, and she wasn't taking care of or doing any exercise or stuff. Remember that? And meanwhile, she accuses other people of, you're not eating the right things. You've got to do this and take care of your body.
Get this. Nobody's really said anything on this. But what's your take on this? I'll tell you what mine is. In the book, and Sherry never even brought this up, put two and two together. Jodi and Ruby and some of the others did their monthly, I think it was monthly, trips to Mexico, where they would come back with
loads of pills, right?
But vitamins, special vitamins.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, come on, really? What
Do you
kind
think
of
that
vitamins?
she was getting them on some sort of a medication or something where it's easier to like mess with their heads or something?
I don't know.
But I remember them saying something when they were raiding the house, and I have that they were saying that she had all this food and stuff and pizza and all this, but she wasn't letting the kids eat anything. And she had chips and all kinds of stuff. Jodi had all kinds of junk food for herself.
I'm sure.
But yet, like she said, like one of those things was that, oh, you're not treating your body right, and you should be, so like, it's like, you always look at people and you say, wait a second, you have the keys to the kingdom here, whatever you're selling, because how come you're not looking like you've got everything under control?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's like right away that would be a red flag. And then how come you're not in a really great marriage if you have the keys to this?
Right?
Right? What happened to your marriage?
Yeah.
Like there's just so many things that are just like total red flags.
I know.
What I don't get is why she kept being so highly recommended. Highly recommended. I mean, always the people to her. I mean, surely there's been a lot of people going, oh my God, she's completely wrecked my marriage, you know?
And she's never had any children. I mean, she has but
No.
she's an expert on parenting.
She had a daughter who was estranged from her.
2 children, Carolyn, a son and
Yeah,
a
Jodi
son
does.
and daughter,
Wait,
yeah.
Jodi
Yes.
Hildebrandt.
Yeah.
Yeah. They both left her. They don't
Yeah,
have
okay. So
anything to do
that's
with it.
where. Why are they estranged from her?
They
Because
both
she's
left
a
her. They
nutcase.
Because
both
they're
have
living in
nothing to do with
distortion.
her.
Yeah, she's a nutcase.
They're living in distortion. And how
Too
could
bad
you
they
say?
did that
How
crap
could?
to them.
But see, how could anybody? Okay, Scooter. Let's say I'm joining your thing, right? And you're telling me, okay, you've got to live in the truth now and everything. And I'm okay. I'm going to live in the truth now. And then 2 minutes later, you go to me, okay. Now I need you to go to Jimmy, and I need you to tell him he's got this thing, but that's a lie. Yeah, but I need you to lie, right? Like, how do you even have any credibility?
I know.
Be like, wait, Scooter, we're supposed to be living in the truth, I thought.
People something.
No, but I need you to go lie, and I need you, if he doesn't do what you say, then you say he's abusing the kids. What? Yeah, that's what I want you to do. Aren't these people like, but wait a minute.
And they fall for it.
That doesn't sound like the truth.
Yeah, I wonder why some of these women, so many of these women went along with this
So,
stuff,
but that's
you
what
know,
I'm saying. Did they, like, or is this all they're pulling this all over our eyes because they're wanting us to think that that's what these people did. But maybe, how do we know Jodi didn't say to them, look, we got some racket here, okay? I'm going to take you in on it, okay? We tell these people all this, you see, and then we go out and we destroy these husbands that are, like, how do we know they're not in on it that way?
It could be.
Because the other way is just
No.
ridiculous.
Oh,
Somebody's
that doesn't
telling you,
make
you've got to
sense.
live in the truth, you've got to live in the truth, and then all they do is tell you to lie and deceive.
Yeah, but I don't understand what you mean there.
Okay, here's what I mean. Say you're coming to me and I say to you, hey, listen, I'll take you in as a partner over here, okay? But we've got this thing, this connections, and we can convince people they need help and they're paying money to be in here, and you're going to get a cut of this. So you're going to have to make an investment. So you're going to have to get your husband on board. And but then we're going to recruit more people. And this is what we do. Like, maybe they're all in on the deception.
Yeah, but then a lot of them go to court. They get divorces and
Yeah, but maybe
Yeah.
these women that are there, they're already there. Maybe they don't really like their husbands.
Yeah.
And maybe
there's
they're wanting to get rid of
ones
them.
convinced to go along with it, the ones that don't like their husbands at all in the first place.
I don't know, because how in the world could you be thinking you're living in the truth when you have your leader is telling you to do everything that's deceptive?
No.
And then telling you, oh yeah, go over here and leave a review that it was really good, and then I'm going to need you to recruit some more people, and you're just going to tell them this. I don't know. No, see, Pudding said Ruby wasn't brainwashed. She was just using it as a cop-out.
Well, according to Sherry, Ruby was already abusive before Jodi came along. You know, and here in my mind, I always thought.
Did Ruby control their food before Jodi?
Ruby wasn't abusive, you know?
No, wait.
That's just her religion, blah, blah, blah.
Did Sherry say that Ruby controlled their food intake before being with Jodi?
Not really. I don't remember
I don't know,
that.
because she looks like my husband would never let me be involved. Yeah, right, but oh, see, Pudding said she did. That's what I thought, Pudding.
Oh, did she? Okay, I don't remember that. Did you read the book, Puddin'? She could have. I just don't remember. I forget a lot of it. But it was really good. I'm going to reread it.
Because I think Ruby was all about her food intake.
Oh, yeah, you got to have that perfect figure.
And I think that
Their portions were always so small anyway. The whole family.
but Jodi is not. And they were going to Dairy Queen for Jodi. Jodi was so I'm saying Jodi eats a lot of junk food. Remember, this is the same monster who punished her then 6-year-old daughter for
Yes.
forgetting her lunch. Yes, I remember that. When the school called, not only refused to bring lunch, but hoped, nobody would feed her. I know. Yeah, I saw that. That's horrible.
Oh, no, that's fine by Ruby.
And then, like, one
Not
year they
bad
didn't
at
get
all.
Christmas presents or something because, like, she did, like,
Yeah.
all kinds of crazy stuff. Like, she wasn't just a family vlogger. Like, it wasn't like, oh, we're going on a trip here. No, she was like, she loved to, like, embarrass the kids.
Yes, that was very bothersome.
I remember she told the one boy, like, you lie and stuff, and, oh, you're lying again. Right? That was before she was even with Jodi. I know I saw a video like that where she was like, why do you keep lying? It was one of the younger ones. I think it might have been the one that ran away. She said something, why do you keep lying or something? Why? This, and then she just had him, like, just wore him down. You heard that,
I
Sherry?
wish I could pull up part of the book and just read out little bits here and there.
Prior to Jodi too. I don't know. She's just.
Yeah,
I
Sherry
remember
said her
one
mother's.
quote. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I remember one quote I read that said something like Ruby was always abusive, but it was more physically. But then when she met Jodi, the abuse took on more sadistic flavors of not physical, but like mental, psychological abuse.
Yeah, Jodi didn't hit the kids, but she would, think of different things, different punishments or whatnot.
No, I think Jodi did hit the kids.
Later, but it started out with psychological abuse. Things that really hurt your feelings, like
Psychological, yeah.
remember like you were mentioning, Carolyn, the two youngest were left out of Christmas one year because
Oh, yeah, the last, yeah.
But
Yeah,
that's
they didn't
Ruby.
get
But that was
Christmas
Ruby.
presents.
yeah, but I believe that was influenced by Jodi because she was
Yeah,
already
they were getting the gift of love. The gift
they
of
were already
love.
following. She was already following Jodi then.
Yeah, she was. Yeah. They were giving them the gift of love or something like that. That was in the book.
I
Yeah,
bet
that
they
was in the book.
received that gift. What do you got? I don't think the love was felt.
Yeah, I agree,
It was
Pudding, about the
horrible.
father. Exactly. A caring, loving father would insist on seeing and being
I
with his
know.
kids.
I couldn't believe that.
He was living the bachelor life,
He ran and hid,
Yes.
He really did.
I know who would think that he could do something like that. I would never have thought that he could do that.
What? Ignore them?
Yeah, just leave and not see them for a year.
That's okay, so she
No
doesn't want me
contact.
out, and she's got Jodi all up in my house, and I don't know what's going on, and you know, she just,
Yeah.
she kicked me out. So I'm just gonna go, hermit over here, and they don't want me around, so I'm just gonna pretend they don't exist. Apparently,
I don't know.
the
Megan
roasted would love to
Boswell
kick in
trial
with
starts
that. I mean, I
tomorrow.
can be angry with Ruby,
Uh-oh,
but
we
not
lost
children.
Scooter. We lost Scooter.
I know.
I was just gonna ask her, what'd she do? I was just gonna ask
She'll
her.
come back.
The Megan Boswell trial starts tomorrow. It starts at 9 a.m. And, so yeah, I gotta watch that, start on that. Okay, so wait a second, I thought this was, oh, that's
I
interesting.
had to leave for a minute. Little late back.
Hold on a second, I thought I had something here. Let's check something. That's interesting. Okay.
I can't believe he never called.
No, and then and I think the kids had birthdays and stuff and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's, hang on a minute. Let's see what this is. Okay. All right, I just have to, so it's 9 o'clock, I'm gonna watch that, yes, very quick, and then I'm gonna finish with Fabio. So, it's it's 4 o'clock in the morning, 9 o'clock comes early. So I'm going, oh, we gotta do a word cookie, and then I'm going to leave you guys, in the chat. But, oh, there's Scooter's coming back, well, I'll do this while she's there. Let me
Okay.
see, hold on, let me let her in. Uh-oh. I hit admit and I don't know where she went.
Oh.
Hold on. Okay. Now she's back. Okay. Now. What
Yes, she's
happened?
back.
What did you do?
I think I threw myself off.
I was just going to ask you, are you going to watch Megan Boswell?
No.
You're not going to watch it?
No, I want to.
Oh, you're going to watch it.
Yeah, did it start
Starts
today?
tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Dang it.
Why?
Because I slept during the day today.
What does that mean? It's tomorrow.
So I probably won't be able to tomorrow.
Oh,
'Cause I'll
come
be
on.
sleeping.
Oh, my goodness.
Darn it. How long ago did that happen? Because I wanted to watch
5
that.
years ago, I covered that extensively. I can't.
How long?
5 years ago.
It's
Been
been
that
5
long?
years.
Yes,
Oh my gosh.
yes. And I'm watching it, and I'm also watching. I can't believe you almost never watch the same channel, the trials I watch anymore.
Oh, and that trial does sound good that you're listening to.
You're not watching it, the Monica one. We watch it every day in here.
Yeah, the Sentinelli.
Yeah, Sementilli. And it comes on at like 1 in the afternoon, 12:30.
And she has like all those weird characters
Oh,
up there, right?
oh my gosh, that one friend was like the Kato Kalin. You should have watched it. Oh my gosh, it was hysterical. Elle was dying. And so was Debbie D. Linda.
Sounds hysterical.
Yeah, it was crazy.
I just feel like so much has gone on that I would never know what was
No,
happening.
there's so much you'll know because they did everything in the freaking opening statement. It was crazy.
Gosh.
But yeah, it's,
Sounds crazy.
But I think this other one is going to be crazy too, because remember all those people, like her mother with that guy that was shoplifting.
Wait, no. No, tell me.
And
'cause I
yeah,
forget.
she said the baby was with her mother, and then when they went to go find the mother was with the boyfriend, and they had been picked up for shoplifting at Walmart. Oh, it's like a really convoluted, crazy family. It's like they're like, oh,
And the baby hadn't been seen for months,
right.
right?
And the baby was not with them, but she lied, and she just kept lying and lying and lying. And then she had a husband, not a husband, I don't know, the baby's father, but then she implicated him or something, but then he was in the military. He didn't even know. I think he was stationed in, I don't know if he was in Afghanistan or something,
Wow.
but, yeah, it's just horrible.
Wow.
Yeah. But, yeah, it's nuts.
Wow.
Gotta finish
So
watching.
what else did you guys do today?
I packed up a package.
That was about it?
No. I was going to make an apple pie. I'm making an apple pie tomorrow.
Oh, why?
Why? Because Ethan said, it'd be nice if you made an apple pie.
Who said that?
Ethan. And then Jimmy
Who?
said,
Oh,
Ethan.
Ethan. Not you.
Ethan, my son.
Oh, I have you turned down kind of low.
Okay.
Ethan. He
Ethan,
likes
yeah.
that a lot.
Well, he said that they had one for Christmas or Thanksgiving, or he said it was so good, and he said, you should make an apple pie. And I said, okay. And then when I told Jimmy to pick up some apples today, because I have the right kind, I have the other kind of apples, so pick up some Granny Smith. Then he did, and then he's like, oh, can I help with the pie? Because he's always got to take over the pie. So I said, well, we'll make it tomorrow.
Ethan likes to help with that?
No, Jimmy.
Jimmy. Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's going to take over on
Why, he likes to make, like,
Oh,
pies?
yeah. Anything. He loves to cook and bake, yeah. But
I know
he'll
he
like to
likes to
take over.
cook.
Like, he made one once, so then he's like, oh, he's got to come over and micromanage a little bit.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
but it's good. It's okay.
How neat.
But yes,
I
How
have
does he
one of
do it?
those.
How does he make it?
just we make it with, sugar, apples, sugar, nothing fancy. I mean, just like the regular apple pie way. But
Cinnamon?
he was talking,
Cinnamon?
cinnamon, yep. He was talking about the crust because he goes, remember the apple pie? He goes, I forgot to put the butter in on top, so then I had to open the crust up, and he goes, and it looked really weird, but he goes, it tasted really good. So now I think he wants to redeem himself with the crust. And I think that's why he wants to get involved. So now he wants to make 2 apple pies. So I think he's going to try to get, because he bought a whole bunch of apples, so I think he's going to try to pick up 2 more pie crusts.
Do you know?
You could do competing. You could do dueling pies, Carolyn.
Yeah.
You know what? I love pie crust, a homemade pie crust.
Yum! I know it's
Yeah,
great.
but you know what? To make a pie crust, you've got to use, I think you have to use shortening, and that's why I buy them already made, because I don't use shortening. And if you try it without it, it just doesn't taste
Well,
right.
use
So
shortening then.
just get the Pillsbury one.
You
It's
can
the,
use butter. It has to be really cold butter.
yeah, I've tried that though, but it's just, I don't know.
It's not the same. You have that really, really yummy crust like you get at the store. It's shortening, definitely.
I don't like the Pillsbury. I mean, the Pillsbury ones are okay, but just
I mean, like the bakery one. Although I do like that. I think is it Mrs. Smith's that I think is pretty good. The Dutch apple crumb
I don't
for frozen
crumb
pie.
one? Oh yeah, I don't know.
I
But-
get so excited if somebody that I know makes a good homemade pie crust.
Yeah, nothing beats
get
like a
so
bakery
happy.
pie because it's homemade. Yeah. Oh, I know. My little sister does some Debbie, and she does them at the holidays, and everybody looks forward to it.
Yeah.
Butter and shortening. See? I know. You got to put the shortening in there. Got to.
My mom would always make a good pie crust. And then sometimes she wouldn't. I'd be like, "Oh, you made your pie crust?" She'd be like, "Oh, not this year, Debbie." Like, well, I just have never been a good crust maker.
Yeah.
Well, there's
I don't know. But you know what my favorite pie is?
Mm.
Take a guess.
Chocolate cream. Is it is it a pie or is it like is it
A pie?
Okay, does it have a top crust and a bottom crust?
Yeah.
Okay, blueberry,
Nope.
peach.
Yes,
I was gonna
peach.
say peach before.
I was gonna say boysenberry, but yeah.
Peach. Yum.
Peach pie is delicious. Peach
I
cobbler.
don't really
my
have a lot
Lord,
of peach pie. Like I don't know. We used to make blueberry pie because we picked blueberries up here, so we would
That's
do the
good
blueberry.
too. Blueberry, yes.
Have you had real good southern peach cobbler, Debbie?
Southern?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You'd be a big fan. Go to
Well, I would love to try it.
your
Make
down
it.
home.
Send me
Go
one.
some friends. Yeah. It's one of the best thing of going to like one of those country kitchens, is they have everything, the collard greens and
I
the
would love to
cornbread
try.
and the peach cobbler.
I wouldn't turn it down.
We were
Mhm.
looking at those places in Charleston one night. Yeah, Kevin and Debbie D and I.
Like,
She was
really?
talking
good?
about like those places that had that.
Oh, I love those places so much. And you don't find them too often anymore.
They're in Charleston. There was like a few of them.
Yeah, well, they would be in Charleston. They would be.
And you guys didn't even include me. Thanks a
You didn't
lot.
come in.
Huh?
Murder of crows. I'm having a problem here. Stop talking about pie and tell me what the word is.
It's funny you said peach cobbler because on the back of the Bisquick box there's a peach cobbler recipe,
Thank you.
Oh.
which I'm sure is good. It's an easy one, but hey,
Now
why
I
not?
see it. Giggle.
Yeah. You could whip it up one day.
Yeah,
Oh, very good. Thank
thought I
you.
would get for my dad. I'm sure he wouldn't turn it down,
Mm-hmm.
and I'd have part of it, of course.
Yeah. Your dad would love that.
Oh yeah, he likes anything sweet for some reason now.
Is he getting around all right?
Well, he's getting better,
No, but I mean, does he need a lot of help?
Yeah, right now, but definitely better.
See if somebody can
Sure,
get this
sure.
word. I can't figure this one out right here. It's one word.
I'm sorry I can't see it because I had to stop my
Oh,
video.
okay. Gail's pretty
Oh,
good
you're-
at this.
Here's that thing you were talking about on ID and Max.
Yeah, I know.
curiosity
I know.
of
And
Jodi
who do they have
Hildebrandt.
so far? Who do they have on there so far?
Okay.
I don't know. It just,
Oh,
we're
they
showing a
have
preview
some-
or whatever.
I know, but they have some on there. Some people. Good night, little lady. Little lady.
Good night, little lady.
Little lady. I'm going to try, whoever I've got stuff to go out for, I've got peanut black. I'm going to try to get some more stuff packed up, but we'll see how it goes tomorrow. We're supposed to have a bad ice storm on Thursday. I'm really hoping we don't lose electricity.
There's supposed to be one here tomorrow.
They say it's going to be really bad. They say total treacherous. Dows. I thought I tried that, Kevin, and it doesn't work. Nope. I cannot.
Is it
figure out-
Haas?
No, I tried that. House. I think I tried that. Yep.
Here, I found that part.
What?
The part said Jodi's parent. It's called "The Demon in My Room," chapter 14. Jodi's paranoia about her position at the apex of connections.
Oh, but when she was in Connections, I thought that Sherry left the house.
She does, but later.
How old is she right now?
Right now, she has just turned 18.
No. I mean in real life. Right now, she's 21,
Right
right?
now, 22, I think.
And how?
I think-
And is Chad the second?
Yeah, he's second. Sherry's the oldest.
How old is Chad now?
I think he's probably. I'm thinking maybe 19 now, maybe 20. Guessing.
Because does he talk to Sherry?
Now, yeah.
What do you mean now? They didn't talk for a while?
No, they didn't. Not when she was ousted. None of the family did. All the kids were turned against her.
And what does he say about stuff?
Who?
Does he Chad?
When? When did?
And now,
When?
like, what does he talk to the father?
Yeah, now he does.
He does talk to the father?
Now, yeah, now. Well, actually, I think he did the whole time, actually. Uh-oh.
We lost heart.
What happened?
I don't know.
Are you here?
We lost heart.
We lost her, like, well, I cut my own self off.
Maybe. Come on.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna go past that. You know what? You can't seem to, you don't know when they broke up. Let me see if I can find that. Hold on. When the family broke apart. Let me find that part,
She
Carolyn.
said
Hold
that
on.
they went to Dairy Queen. I don't
Every
picture,
day when Jodi moved in, yes.
But I
They
don't
went to
picture
Dairy Queen
Ruby
every
eating at Dairy
day.
Queen every day. I do not
Yes,
picture.
they did. That's all the only time they left the bedroom.
Yes, but I think that was for Jodi.
Yeah, but Ruby would get one too.
I don't think so. Ruby looks like she has like
Well, that's probably all
counts
she
every
ate during
single
the day.
calorie that she has. Ruby looks like if she had that, she'd have to run around the block 10 times.
Probably.
Okay, I just don't picture that. I think she said it and she brought Jodi there. And I wonder did they say what Jodi got over at Dairy Queen?
They would talk about Sherry's and the newest flavors and blah, 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 and decide what they were going to get when they got there. And
I'm surprised they did that like every day because that seems to go against everything they say.
I know.
I don't know. That seems really crazy. And that she just moved in with so many people. And how? I want to find her kids. Where are her kids? I don't know.
Oh, wait, I want to find where Jodi moved in. Okay, hold on.
And she left her
But I
husband
want,
alone.
I want you to hear how weird it was.
I know how weird it was. I did see that, but I heard about that part from somebody else. I
Oh,
forget who it was. It was from somebody's. Where would I have heard about that? There had to have been some kind of a book or something written about her because I heard that completely. It was somebody's story. Maybe it's from this book. I don't know. All right, but see you tomorrow. I'm gonna end this thing here, but love you guys. God bless. Prayers, and we'll see you tomorrow. Be good. Be kind.
while you're leaving.